I had been looking forward to this hiking trip for weeks. The idea of being alone in nature, away from the constant noise of the city, felt like the perfect way to reset. It was early autumn, and the weather had been calm, cool but not too cold, just right for a day out in the mountains. I'd heard great things about the trail, how it was peaceful and quiet, with stunning views and plenty of wildlife to observe. It seemed like the ideal escape, and I was excited to take it on. I wasn't the most experienced hiker, but I'd done a few day hikes before. So, I knew the basics. Keep track of your surroundings, stay hydrated, and pace yourself. I also knew the trail wasn't particularly difficult, just a steady climb up the ridge, followed by a gradual descent back down to the trailhead. The total hike was about 6 miles, with a nice little viewpoint about halfway up where I could stop and take in the view. It was still early in the morning when I left the trailhead, around 7 a.m. The sun had barely begun to rise, and the sky had that early morning pinkish hue. The parking lot was almost empty, which was perfect. I'd been hoping for a solitary experience, and it seemed like I was going to get it. The trail started out easy enough, a wide path that snaked through the forest. The ground was soft from the recent rains, and the smell of damp earth mixed with the crisp scent of pine. I moved steadily, adjusting my pack as I went. It wasn't heavy, but it had everything I thought I might need. A map, water, snacks, my phone, a small first aid kit, and my trusty flashlight just in case. For the first few miles, everything felt peaceful. Birds sang overhead, and the crunch of leaves underfoot was the only sound breaking the silence. Every now and then, I caught glimpses of animals. A deer here, a squirrel there, darting through the underbrush. It was exactly what I had wanted. Solitude, nature, and quiet. But after a while, the trail started to get steeper. The climb wasn't difficult, but it did take more effort. I paused for a quick break at a small creek that ran across the path, its water gurgling over rocks. It was refreshing to dip my hands in, but I didn't linger long. I had no intention of turning back just yet. As I continued up the trail, the landscape began to change. The trees grew taller, the air a little thinner, and the sounds of the forest seemed to fade into the background, replaced by the quiet of the higher elevations. I hadn't seen another hiker since I started, and I was beginning to feel like I was the only person for miles around. Around the 3-mile mark, I reached the viewpoint I had heard about. It was a clearing at the edge of a steep cliff, where the trees opened up, offering a panoramic view of the valley below. The mountains stretched out on either side, their peaks just dusted with the first touches of snow. It was breathtaking, and I paused there for a while, just taking it all in. The wind was cool against my face, and for a moment, I felt completely at peace. I was alone, but not in a bad way, just alone with nature, with my thoughts. I took out my water bottle and sipped slowly, watching the sun climb higher in the sky. I still had a long way to go before I hit the descent, but the rest of the hike should be downhill. I was feeling confident, maybe a little overconfident. But as I packed up to continue, I noticed something strange. It was subtle, just a shift in the air. The wind had died down, and for a second, the forest seemed eerily quiet. I shook it off, telling myself it was nothing. The wind would pick up again. But for some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I told myself to focus on the trail ahead, and so I did. The next few miles were a blur. The path narrowed as it wound down into a denser forest, the trees thickening around me. The light was dimmer now, the canopy overhead blocking out much of the sun. I was still making good time, but I couldn't quite shake the unease that had crept in. It wasn't anything specific, just a feeling that something was wrong. The trail became steeper and more rugged, winding through loose rocks and thick patches of underbrush. I was starting to feel the burn in my legs, and I slowed down a bit, taking care to watch my footing. I was almost halfway down, maybe only a mile or so from the trailhead, when I noticed something else. Footprints. They weren't my own. They were large, too large for any animal I knew to be common in these parts. I bent down to look closer. The tracks were deep and they looked fresh, maybe within the last few hours. I tried to dismiss it as just someone else who had come up the trail earlier, but something about the way the prints were spaced made me uneasy. They seemed deliberate, too controlled. I kept moving, but my pace quickened, and I couldn't stop myself from looking over my shoulder every so often. I thought about calling out, but I didn't see any reason to. Whoever it was, they were probably far ahead by now. Still, that feeling of being watched lingered. The trail took a sharp turn, leading me into a darker part of the woods. The trees were so close together now that I could barely see more than a few feet ahead of me. I had to slow down even further, watching every step I took. My senses were heightened, alert. Something felt off, more than it had before. Then I heard it, a rustling from behind me. It was faint at first, just a slight disturbance in the leaves and branches. I froze, my breath caught in my chest. It wasn't the sound of a breeze, it was the sound of something moving, something that wasn't the wind. I quickly turned around, but I couldn't see anything. The trail behind me was empty, the forest just as still as it had been a moment ago. But the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The sound had been too distinct to ignore, too close. I kept walking, but my mind raced. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the underbrush had me on edge. I couldn't stop myself from looking over my shoulder. I wasn't sure what I expected to see. Maybe someone following me, or maybe just my own fear getting the best of me. But the more I walked, the more the feeling of being watched intensified. And then I heard it again, a heavier step this time, something more deliberate. My heart pounded. I wasn't imagining it. There was definitely something following me. I broke into a run. My breath came faster, and my legs burned as I tried to make my way down the trail. I didn't know who or what was behind me, but I knew I needed to get back to the trailhead. I pushed myself harder, faster, the sound of footsteps growing louder behind me. I didn't stop until I saw the first signs of the clearing ahead, the edge of the trailhead where the trees started to thin. I didn't slow down. I didn't look back. I ran straight for the parking lot, not caring that I was out of breath or that I had lost my grip on my pack. When I finally emerged from the forest and saw the parking lot ahead, I almost collapsed with relief. There were a couple of cars there now, other hikers who must have arrived while I was out on the trail. I didn't care. I grabbed my keys and jumped into my car without hesitation. As I drove away, I didn't look back. I didn't know if it had just been my imagination, or if someone had been following me for miles. But the closer I got to town, the more I realized I didn't care to find out. I had come to the trail for solitude, for peace. But what I had found was something else, a feeling of unease that I couldn't shake. I didn't know who had been behind me, and maybe it didn't matter. I'd made it out, and that was enough for me. When I finally made it back to my apartment, I locked all the doors and turned on all the lights. I wasn't sure what had happened, but I knew I was done with that trail. I'd gotten what I came for: quiet, nature, and a moment of peace. But now all I wanted was to be home. The next morning, I saw a news story about a missing hiker from the same area. They'd been on the same trail the day before I had. I didn't know if their disappearance was related to what I experienced, but the unease I had felt during the hike came rushing back. Maybe it had all been a coincidence, or maybe it wasn't. But for now, I wasn't going back to find out. I was done with hiking for a while. The mountains had given me what I needed, but they had also shown me how quickly things could turn dark. And that was a lesson I wasn't going to forget. It was the summer of 2018, and I was 26 years old, just coming off a break from work. I had a couple of weeks to spare before the next big project, and I decided to take a trip on my own to clear my head. Living in the quiet, small town of Newcastle in Wyoming, I had always been surrounded by mountains, forests, and wide open spaces, which were my perfect escape. So, when I planned a hiking trip, I figured it was the ideal way to spend the next few days. The sun was just beginning to rise as I packed my gear into my old SUV and set out for the trailhead. The plan was simple enough: drive to the North Clear Creek Trail in the Bighorn Mountains, hike deep into the woods, and camp for a few nights. It was going to be just me, the wilderness, and whatever I could carry in my backpack. I had been on hikes before, nothing too extreme, but enough to feel comfortable in the outdoors. I knew the importance of having the right gear, being self-sufficient, and not underestimating nature's unpredictable side. Still, I was excited. The fresh air, the quiet, the feeling of being alone with nothing but the sound of my boots crunching on the trail. It was the kind of peace I was craving. I arrived at the trailhead around 9 a.m. There was no one else in sight. That was fine with me. I liked the idea of being alone, with no distractions or expectations. The day was clear and warm, a light breeze rustling through the trees as I adjusted my pack and set off. The trail was relatively easy at first, well-maintained and smooth underfoot. I moved quickly, enjoying the solitude. As I climbed higher into the mountains, the scenery began to shift. The forest became denser, the trees taller and more imposing. The air felt cooler, the silence thicker. The only sounds were the occasional bird call and the distant rustle of animals moving through the underbrush. I was a few miles in when I came across a fork in the trail. One path led higher up, towards the summit, and the other dipped deeper into the woods. I had no particular plan beyond getting a few miles from the trailhead, so I chose the path into the woods. The trail narrowed as I ventured deeper, the forest closing in around me. The towering pines cast long shadows, making the trail seem darker than it should have been for midday. The air grew colder, and a dampness settled on my skin. I hadn't expected this. The temperature had been warm when I started, but as I made my way further into the woods, it dropped rapidly. I paused for a moment to pull on a jacket, the sudden chill catching me off guard. I checked my map and compass, but they were both reading fine. I wasn't lost, just a bit further in than I'd anticipated. I pushed on, telling myself it was just the altitude or the time of day causing the change. A few more miles into the trail, I started feeling it, a growing unease. It was hard to put my finger on it. There was nothing overtly threatening, but the silence was deafening, and the forest felt off, like it was pressing in on me, like it was aware of my presence and didn't quite welcome it. I had hiked alone before and never felt this way. I tried to shake the feeling off and kept walking, but it lingered in the back of my mind. The trail eventually came to a small clearing where a creek bubbled nearby. It was a nice spot to take a break, so I decided to stop, pull out some water, and eat a granola bar. The sound of the creek was soothing, but the rest of the world felt unnervingly still. There were no birds chirping, no animals rustling, just the sound of the water. I sat there for longer than I meant to, trying to convince myself that my unease was just a result of being in unfamiliar territory. It had to be. I had heard the woods could make you feel like that, isolated, small, insignificant. So after a while, I packed up and stood to continue my hike. That's when I saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the trees. At first, I thought it was another hiker, maybe someone who had taken a different path. But as I looked more closely, the figure didn't move. It was just standing there, motionless. I called out, but there was no response. The figure didn't budge. It was then that I realized something was wrong. I couldn't make out any distinct features, but it wasn't the shape of a person. It was just a dark silhouette, indistinguishable from the surrounding forest. It looked like it was watching me. My heart rate spiked. I had been in the woods for hours, and I hadn't seen anyone else. There were no other trail markers, no signs of any human presence. I stood there for a long moment trying to make sense of it, but the figure didn't move. Finally, I grabbed my pack and started walking back towards the trail. My pace quickened. I told myself it was just my imagination, that it was nothing. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The woods had become too quiet, too still, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I hiked for another hour, my mind racing with all the things I couldn't explain. The feeling of being followed, the quiet that felt unnatural, the figure I had seen. By the time I stopped again to rest, I realized I had no idea where I was. The trail I had been following was gone, and the trees around me looked unfamiliar. I pulled out my map and compass, but neither seemed to help. I was disoriented. I had hiked so far that I had lost track of where the main trail was. Panic crept in. I tried retracing my steps, but nothing looked familiar. The shadows of the trees seemed to stretch longer now, the air colder. I checked my phone, but there was no signal. I was completely alone. I started to panic. What if I was lost? What if no one found me? I tried to calm myself down and think logically. I had plenty of food and water, and I knew the general direction of the trailhead. But the deeper I went, the more I felt like the forest was working against me. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, and the ground beneath my feet seemed to shift with every step. As the hours passed, my anxiety turned into full-blown fear. The forest felt like it was closing in on me, trapping me in its shadows. I heard strange noises, snapping branches, rustling leaves, but every time I stopped and looked, there was nothing there. The silence was maddening, broken only by the occasional creak of a tree or the rustle of something in the underbrush. By nightfall, I was exhausted. I hadn't found the trail, and I was beginning to feel the weight of my isolation. I decided to set up camp for the night. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than continuing to wander aimlessly in the dark. I found a small clearing and set up my tent, making a fire to keep warm. As the fire crackled, I felt a momentary sense of safety, but it didn't last. The wind picked up, making the trees sway ominously. I heard the sounds of branches snapping again, followed by something moving in the underbrush just beyond the firelight. I couldn't see anything, but the noise was too distinct to ignore. My heart raced. I sat there, staring into the fire, listening to the rustling sounds that were getting closer. I had heard the stories of wild animals, of things that lurked in the woods, but I had never believed them. Now, sitting alone in the darkness, those stories seemed all too real. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it toward the noise. Nothing. The rustling stopped as suddenly as it had started. I sat in stunned silence, holding my breath, but nothing came out of the woods. The night passed without incident, but I didn't sleep. Couldn't. The next morning, I packed up quickly and started walking again. I wasn't sure which way to go, but I had to move. After what felt like hours, I stumbled upon a small stream, and that's when I realized something incredible. The stream matched the one I had passed the previous day, the clearing with the creek. I wasn't as lost as I had thought. The realization gave me a surge of hope, and I followed the stream until it led me back to the main trail. By the time I emerged from the trees, the sun was high in the sky, and I could see the familiar trailhead in the distance. I had made it. When I finally reached my car, I took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over me. I had made it out of the woods, but I knew I would never forget how it had felt. Being so far from civilization, lost in the silence, the feeling of being watched by something that wasn't human. I drove home that day with the windows rolled down, breathing in the fresh air, knowing that some places are just better left unexplored. I never went back to those woods, and I never will. The wilderness is beautiful, but it can also be unforgiving. I was 32 years old when I decided to take a week off from work and do something different. Life had been dragging on lately, work, bills, the same people, the same conversations. I needed to get away. I lived in Portland, Oregon at the time, and the Pacific Northwest had plenty of trails and mountains to explore, so I figured I'd head out to a less popular area, something off the usual paths, maybe somewhere more remote than the typical weekend hiker spots. I didn't want crowds or noise or anyone bothering me. After looking through some hiking blogs and lesser-known websites, I came across an old post about a trail out in the Siskiyou Mountains, not far from the Oregon-California border. It wasn't on many maps anymore, but a few people mentioned it, Ridge Trail, they called it. The post was from 5 years ago, and someone described it as long, steep, and mostly forgotten. That sounded perfect. I packed light but brought everything I thought I'd need. Tent, sleeping bag, plenty of water, dried food, stove, rain gear, emergency kit, GPS, topographic map, compass, and a notebook. I brought 2 knives, a small hatchet, and a sidearm I always carried when going deep into the woods, just in case of animals, not people. I wasn't expecting to see anyone out there. I drove out early on a Sunday in June. It was a 3.5-hour drive to the dirt road that led to the old trailhead. My Subaru had no trouble making it most of the way, but the last stretch was rough. I parked a few hundred yards away and walked the rest. The sign was still there, though barely legible. It leaned to one side, half rotted. Faded red paint spelled out, "Ridge Trail, use at own risk." That just made it more appealing. I started hiking at about 9 a.m. The plan was to take 3 days to do the loop described in the blog post, assuming the trail was still passable. I'd camp one night near the ridge, then head back down the other side. I liked the challenge, and more than that, I liked the thought of going somewhere no one else was. There was something peaceful about being totally alone. The first few miles weren't bad. The trail was overgrown in places, but it was still visible. Trees hung low, and bushes brushed against my legs as I walked. The forest was thick. Old-growth pines and firs towering on both sides, sunlight barely cutting through in places. I moved at a steady pace, sweating early because the incline was sharper than I expected. No noise except the wind and the occasional bird call. By the time I reached the ridge, I'd hiked about 7 miles. It was narrow, just like the post said. On one side was a steep slope covered in brush and rocks. On the other, a drop-off, not a cliff, but sharp enough that you'd slide a long way if you lost your footing. The view was incredible, though. You could see for miles. Rolling green hills, distant peaks with snow still clinging to the tops, and way out west, what looked like smoke from a distant fire. I guessed it was from a controlled burn or maybe just someone's chimney way out in the hills. I found a flat spot just off the trail and set up camp. Nothing fancy, just my small tent, a tarp to sit on, and a little fire pit I cleared out with rocks around it. I ate some dried beef and boiled water for noodles. That night, the wind blew hard against the side of the tent, and branches cracked somewhere nearby, but I slept okay. The ridge kept the stars out in the open above me, and the air smelled fresh and cold. The next morning, I packed up and continued along the ridge. The trail wasn't as clear now. In some places, it vanished completely, hidden under fallen trees or washed out by erosion. I used the compass to keep going in the right direction, checked the GPS every now and then, and marked spots on the map to keep track. I didn't worry too much. I was used to this kind of hiking, bushwhacking through remote areas wasn't new to me. But after another hour or so, something felt different. The air got colder. That didn't make sense. It was late June, and the sun had been strong all morning. I checked the thermometer on my pack strap. It read 48 degrees Fahrenheit. That wasn't freezing, but it was too cold for the time and elevation I was at. I kept walking, thinking maybe I'd gone into a shaded gully or something. But then I noticed something stranger. The woods had gone quiet. Too quiet. There was no wind, no birds, not even the usual buzzing insects. Just the crunch of my boots on dirt and the shifting of my gear with every step. I stopped and looked around. The trail had disappeared again, but the trees ahead looked wrong. Too evenly spaced, too similar in size, like they'd been planted that way. But this was wild forest, not someone's land. I shook it off and kept walking. I didn't want to waste time. I figured I just veered off the main path again, so I took out the map, but the area I was in didn't match what it showed. I tried the GPS. Nothing. It wouldn't connect. Just a blank screen with a red X where the coordinates should be. I held it up, moved it around, powered it off and on again, but it wouldn't fix itself. That's when the first real worry hit me. I wasn't lost, not yet, but something wasn't right. I turned around to go back to where I last saw the trail. Maybe a half-mile back, but after walking for 15 minutes, nothing looked familiar. I turned again, then again. Everything looked the same. Trees in neat rows, ground covered in dry needles, no animals, no sound. I told myself to stay calm. I trained for this. I took out my compass and started walking east, figuring if I could keep a straight line, I'd eventually hit one of the service roads that cut through the lower hills. But the trees kept twisting around me. I tried to pace myself. I marked trunks with my knife every few hundred yards to track my path. But after an hour, I started seeing the same marks more than once. I stopped, sat down, drank water, ate a granola bar. My hands were shaking, but not from hunger. I forced myself to breathe slower. Panic wasn't going to help. I told myself this was just temporary, that maybe I was walking in circles without realizing it. I needed to rest and reset. By then, it was late afternoon. I made camp again. Not in a good spot, just where I was. I didn't want to waste more energy searching. I didn't make a fire. There wasn't enough dry wood nearby, and the cold was settling in worse than before. I huddled in the sleeping bag that night, listening. Still no animals. Still no wind. Just silence. The next morning, I woke up early and packed quickly. I started walking again. East. Always east. But after several hours, I saw something that stopped me dead. A torn piece of blue tarp, caught on a branch. It was mine, from 2 days earlier. I looked around. There were boot prints, mine, crushed into the soft soil near a tree where I'd stopped to tie my boot before. I recognized the pattern. I had walked in a giant circle. I wasn't just lost. I was stuck. I yelled. Not for help. I knew no one was out here. I just needed to scream. But the sound didn't go far. It was like the forest swallowed it up. I threw a rock as hard as I could. It hit a tree and fell straight down. No echo. No birds startled. Just quiet. I pushed on again, but slower this time. I made marks on trees every 100 feet. I started counting my steps, forcing myself to keep track. I wrote in my notebook not to map things anymore, but to stay sane. I wrote down what I saw, the time, how I felt, what direction I was moving. I ran out of food on the 4th day. I still had water, but less than I thought. I started rationing it, just a few sips every hour. My legs felt heavier. I'd lost track of how far I'd gone, but I knew I was weaker now. I hadn't seen the sky properly in 2 days. The trees were too thick. Then, on the 5th day, I found something new. A structure. An old fire lookout tower, maybe 50 feet tall, but it had collapsed. The wood was rotted, the stairs broken off halfway up. There was an old radio box at the base, cracked open, wires hanging out. I searched around, hoping for anything. Supplies, a flare, something useful. All I found was an old tin can, rusted through, and a piece of clothing too decayed to recognize. I slept near the ruins that night. I don't know why. Maybe I felt safer near something man-made. Maybe I was just tired. But that night I heard something. Not an animal. Not a voice. Just movement. Branches snapping. Leaves shifting. Once a soft thump like a footfall. But when I looked, there was nothing. Just trees. Always trees. I didn't sleep. I just lay there gripping the knife. The next morning I moved faster. I didn't care about direction anymore. I just picked the direction where the trees looked thinner and ran. My legs burned. My pack tore open on a branch and half my gear spilled out. I didn't stop. I didn't care. I was running on instinct. And then a road. A real dirt road. Overgrown, muddy, barely visible. But it was there. I dropped to my knees, cried, laughed. I followed it for what felt like forever. It wound down the side of a hill, twisting through gullies and thick brush, but eventually it led to a clearing. And in that clearing, a cabin. Not a ranger station, just someone's old hunting place. I've always liked hiking alone. Something about the quiet. No one talking over the wind or the crunch of your boots on the trail. Just me and the land. I was 32 when I took that trip out to southern Utah, the part where red rock cliffs go for miles, and the canyons seem to fold into each other like wrinkles on an old map. I'd been planning the trip for weeks, picking out a few trails near Escalante. Not the crowded ones, nothing like the Narrows or Angel's Landing. I wanted something off-grid, something quiet. I found an old write-up in a forgotten blog about a remote gulch a few miles off Hole-in-the-Rock Road. No name, just coordinates and a short mention. Hidden, dry most of the year, some scrambling involved, completely isolated. That was all I needed. I packed up everything I thought I might need. 4.5 liters of water, 2 freeze-dried meals, energy bars, iodine tablets, a water filter, an extra flashlight, battery pack, a small emergency bivvy, med kit, and GPS. I brought a physical map too. I don't like to trust electronics completely in places like that. I parked my car off a dusty dirt road, way past the last marker, around 6:30 in the morning. The sun was already warming up the desert. The trail wasn't really a trail, just a footpath others had taken over time. Maybe old cowboys or hunters. It was hard to follow in places. I checked my GPS every half mile. There were no signs, no markers, nothing man-made for hours. Just red rock, sun-bleached scrub, and silence. After about 3 hours, I found the entrance to the gulch. The rock walls curved down into a deep crease in the earth. It wasn't wide, maybe 15 feet across at most, but it dropped steep and narrow like a wound in the ground. I slid down a small rock face, maybe 7 feet tall, and landed in cool sand below. The air changed immediately. No wind, just that still, heavy feeling like you've shut a door on the rest of the world. I kept moving down the gulch, boots crunching through sand and gravel. The walls rose on both sides, rusty red and towering. I started having to scramble up and over boulders the size of cars. Some looked like they'd been there for centuries. Some looked recent, like they might have fallen in the last few months. You could see raw scrapes on the canyon wall where they'd broken loose. After maybe 2 miles, the gulch turned into a slot canyon. Real tight. I had to take my pack off to squeeze through certain spots. I remember one bend in particular. It was so narrow I could barely fit my chest through sideways. The sandstone walls had been polished smooth by water over centuries. There were old dried mud streaks 5 feet up the walls, which told me the place flooded during storms. But it hadn't rained in over a week, and the sky had been clear for days. I wasn't worried. I pushed deeper. About 4.5 miles in, the canyon opened up a bit, revealing a large chamber-like space. The floor was flat, dusty, with high curved walls. Some light reached in from above. I stopped there to drink water and rest. I checked my GPS again. It blinked red for the first time. Signal lost. I tried moving around. Nothing. Just a dead screen. I wasn't too concerned. I had the map and I had marked my turns. Still, I made a note in my head to be cautious from now on. I moved on. The chamber tapered back into another narrow corridor. The rock walls had strange patterns. White streaks and crosshatch textures, almost like they'd been carved, though I knew it was just wind and water. Still, it felt different, quieter, more closed in. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, I stopped to eat. I found a flat slab of rock and sat down. I could hear my own breathing. Nothing else. Not even birds. Just the silence of stone. After eating, I got moving again, but something felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was how the air smelled dry, dusty, but with an odd sharpness to it. Or maybe it was the way the light didn't seem to reach the walls like before. I told myself I was just getting tired. I followed the gulch another half mile, and that's when I noticed it. The walls around me looked unfamiliar. I had been following a straight path, or at least I thought I had. But now I was in a wider part again, one I didn't remember seeing on the way in. I turned back and tried to retrace my steps. After 20 minutes of walking, I was still in the same wide section. I checked my watch. 2:15 p.m. I tried to climb one of the sides. It wasn't steep, but it was crumbly. The sandstone broke apart in my hands. I made it maybe 15 feet up before I slid back down, scraping my arms. My palms burned. I cursed under my breath and sat for a moment. I checked my map. The lines were vague, and I realized the gulch might have forked without me noticing. Some of the narrow corridors looked the same. I couldn't remember if I had taken a left or a right at the last junction. I decided to backtrack again, more carefully this time, checking every small side opening. That's when I noticed another strange thing. Fresh boot prints in the sand. Not mine. These prints were smaller and pointed in the same direction I had come from. My heart beat a little faster. I hadn't seen another soul all day. I didn't hear anyone. I didn't even see a car parked where I left mine. I crouched down, looking at the prints. There were at least 2 sets. The toes pointed forward just like mine, but they weren't deep. Someone lighter than me, maybe. I followed them for a few hundred feet, and then they just stopped. No turn, no fork, no sign of jumping onto a rock. Just gone. I looked around. The wind couldn't have blown them away. There was no wind. It was dead calm down there. The air was still thick and hot. I wiped sweat from my neck and moved on. For the next hour, I kept walking, trying to find anything familiar. My water was down to just under a liter. I hadn't seen a puddle, let alone a stream, since I started. I had the filter and tablets, but nothing to use them on. I started feeling dizzy around 4 p.m. My vision narrowed a bit, like looking through a tunnel. I found some shade behind a boulder and sat. I forced myself to drink slowly, just a few sips. That's when I heard something. Not a voice, not an animal, just a scrape, stone against stone. Soft but sharp. It echoed faintly through the gulch. I held my breath. There it was again, but this time behind me. I stood slowly and turned. Nothing. Just the same red walls, the same sand, the same silence. I moved on quickly. As the sun dropped lower, the light inside the gulch turned orange, then gray. Shadows stretched across the walls. I knew I wouldn't make it out by dark. I had two options. Keep moving and risk getting more lost, or stay put and wait for morning. I found a small alcove in the rock. Barely enough room to sit and stretch my legs. I laid out the bivvy and slipped inside. The rock beneath me was cold. My whole body ached from the scrambling. My legs were scraped, arms sore. My hands still stung from the earlier fall. I didn't sleep well. Every sound made me open my eyes. Small pebbles falling, distant rustling. I told myself it was animals, maybe mice or lizards. My stomach growled, but I didn't eat. I needed to save what I had. I counted the hours by watching the sliver of sky overhead turn from gray to black, and then slowly back to blue. At first light, I got up and started walking. My mouth was dry. My limbs felt heavy. I moved slower than the day before. My boots dragged a little in the sand. I kept checking my map and tried to follow the terrain, comparing every bend and wall. Nothing matched. I climbed a small rock ledge and scanned the area. That's when I saw something. A piece of metal glinted in the sun, maybe 100 yards away. I scrambled toward it. As I got closer, I saw what it was. The rusted frame of an old water tank, the kind used for cattle. It was empty, dented, and sun-bleached. Around it were a few broken boards and rusted fencing. That meant someone had been here before. Ranchers, maybe. There had to be a path out. I searched around the area and found faint tire tracks. Deep, old, but visible. I followed them. They led up a steep wash, winding between boulders and shrubs. It took me almost 2 hours to reach the top, but when I did, I saw it. A dirt road, dusty and cracked, stretching off into the desert. I followed that road for another 3 miles before I saw my car. My legs buckled when I reached it. I leaned on the door, shaking. I sat inside for a long time, engine off, air thick with heat. I just stared through the windshield, covered in dust, watching the empty horizon. That gulch, whatever it was, wasn't on any map I had. I checked later when I got home. I even contacted a few local rangers. They didn't recognize the coordinates. They said parts of the region were still unmapped, still undocumented. I never figured out where those boot prints came from, or why they stopped. But I do know this. I was lucky to get out. Really lucky. I don't hike alone anymore. Not because I'm scared, but because the land doesn't care how careful. I've always liked being alone in the woods. Ever since I was a kid, I felt calm out there. No cars, no noise, no people. Just wind, dirt, and the trees. So when I turned 35, after working a desk job in Tulsa for nearly a decade, I decided to take a few weeks off to clear my head. I packed my gear, filled my backpack, and drove up to a national forest in southern Oregon. It was June 2019. My plan was to hike for several days on some lesser-known trails in a remote area of the forest. I wasn't looking for a challenge or anything risky. I just wanted peace and maybe a few nights under the stars. I had studied some maps and found an old route that looped deep into the forest. It was marked as a discontinued trail on a topographic map I found online. That usually meant it wasn't maintained anymore. Maybe overgrown, maybe hard to follow, but I didn't care. I was in decent shape, I had GPS, a printed map, and plenty of experience outdoors. I figured I could handle whatever the trail threw at me. I parked my truck at a gravel pull-off near a small river and started walking around noon. The sun was high, the air was dry and warm, and the trail, at least at first, was easy to follow. There were signs of old usage. Worn dirt paths, faint blazes on trees, and a few rusted trail markers sticking out of the brush. But after about 5 miles, things started changing. The plants grew thicker, and the trail slowly became harder to see. It didn't happen all at once. I take a few steps and realize I was no longer on dirt, just pushing through dry grass. I'd backtrack, find the trail again, and keep going. By the time I reached the 6th or 7th mile, the trail had basically vanished. There were no clear signs of it anymore, just hints. Flattened brush, occasional logs cut long ago, and trees that seemed spaced in ways that suggested someone once walked through there. I pulled out my GPS, checked my map, and decided to keep pushing forward. The loop should have connected back to a clearer trail another 5 miles ahead, and I figured I was already more than halfway through it. That night, I set up camp in a clearing near a small creek. I built a small fire, made some ramen, and sat listening to the wind. There was a weird stillness to the place. Not spooky, just quiet in a way that pressed in. No frogs, no bugs, not even the usual rustling of small animals. I figured it was just a dry season or maybe elevation. I fell asleep in my tent just after dark. The second day started okay. I packed up, crossed the creek, and climbed a slow ridge that took most of the morning. The slope wasn't too steep, but the brush was thick and my progress slowed to a crawl. I had to push through tall grass and thorny bushes that clawed at my pants. My arms got scraped up. By noon, I'd gone maybe 3 miles. My GPS started acting weird, dropping signal, jumping my location back and forth, but I had a compass, and the sun helped me keep a rough sense of direction. Around mid-afternoon, I reached a narrow ravine. It wasn't on my map, at least not clearly. A shallow drop, maybe 20 feet deep, filled with dry boulders and fallen trees. I climbed down, thinking I could follow the ravine for a bit and cross back over when the terrain leveled out. But the walls got steeper the farther I went. After an hour, I realized I couldn't climb out easily. The rocks were slick with moss, and the sides were too steep to walk up without gear. Still, I figured the ravine would end or slope upward eventually, so I kept going. I started noticing small bones scattered near the base of trees and under rocks. Nothing fresh, just dry, brittle things like deer or rabbit bones. Some still had little tufts of fur attached. I didn't think much of it. Animals die. Things eat them. That's just how it works out here. I pushed ahead for another mile before I found a spot where I could scramble out. It was almost sunset by then. I set up camp in a small thicket of pine trees above the ravine, lit a fire, and boiled water for my freeze-dried meal. My legs were sore, and my arms stung from all the brush. I didn't feel scared, but something about that night sat wrong with me. Again, the woods were quiet. Too quiet. I didn't hear a single bird or cricket. I kept thinking maybe there was a predator nearby, but I hadn't seen any tracks, no scat, no prints, nothing. In the middle of the night, I woke up to a sound. It wasn't loud, more like a soft crack or shuffle, like something stepping on a branch. I sat up in my sleeping bag and listened. Nothing, just the faint creak of trees moving in the wind. I laid back down but didn't sleep much after that. By the third day, I realized I had made a mistake. My GPS battery was dead. I had a charger, but the cord was missing from my bag. I don't know if I forgot to pack it or if it fell out. Either way, I was stuck with just my compass and my printed map. And even the map was starting to feel useless. The terrain didn't match anymore. Features were off. Elevation lines didn't line up with what I was seeing. I started to worry that I'd veered way off the trail and the old route had changed over time, eroded, overgrown, or just misrepresented. These maps were old and probably made when the trail was still in use. I told myself I'd backtrack. I tried retracing my steps, but the undergrowth had already shifted. Bushes I thought I recognized weren't there. Fallen logs looked different in the changing light. I spent an hour walking in circles before realizing I was completely lost. I stopped moving. I took off my pack, sat on a rock, and just tried to breathe. I had food for 3 more days, a full water filter, and a signal flare in my bag. I told myself to stay calm. If I followed the creek I camped near the first night, it should eventually lead to a river, and rivers usually lead to roads or people. So I changed my plan. I started heading downhill, toward what I hoped would be the right creek. The forest got thicker. I mean really thick, vines wrapped between trees. The ground was uneven, full of holes and roots that nearly took my ankles out. I fell once hard and scraped my elbow bad. Blood soaked through my sleeve, and the dirt stung like hell. But I kept going. Late that afternoon, I found a clearing. It was small, maybe 50 feet across, with a flat rock in the center. I sat down to rest and noticed something strange. There were signs someone had been there before. An old fire pit, blackened rocks, and what looked like half-buried cans under the leaves. I dug around and found a rusted tin of beans, the label long gone. Nearby was part of a boot, just the sole torn and sun-bleached. It looked like someone had tried to camp there years ago, maybe longer. I started to get that tight feeling in my chest. This place hadn't seen people in a long time, but someone had passed through. Maybe they got lost too. That night, I didn't light a fire. I was too tired, and something about that clearing made me nervous. I ate a cold meal, drank filtered creek water, and lay down without unrolling my sleeping bag. I kept my knife in my hand, not because I thought it would help much, but because it felt better than being empty-handed. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard something moving in the trees. Light steps, a shuffle, a breath. I kept telling myself it was deer, maybe a raccoon, maybe even just the wind. But the sounds didn't match. It wasn't the normal forest noise. It was slow, purposeful. By morning, I was cold, tired, and stiff. I stood up, packed my gear, and didn't even eat. I just started moving. I didn't know where I was going anymore. I followed the slope of the land, figuring downhill was better than nothing. My map was useless by now. I had passed landmarks that didn't exist on paper. Around midday, I came across a steep cliff. Not tall, maybe 40 feet, but sheer rock. There was no way around it except backtracking or climbing down. I chose to climb. Halfway down, I slipped. My foot hit loose gravel and I fell hard. I bounced off a ledge and landed awkwardly on my right side. I think I blacked out for a minute. When I came to, I couldn't move my arm. Pain shot up from my shoulder to my neck. My backpack had torn open, spilling gear everywhere. I laid there for maybe an hour before forcing myself up. My shoulder throbbed, useless, probably dislocated or broken. I used my left hand to gather what I could. Most of my food was gone, rolled into the brush or too far to reach. My knife was gone too. I started walking again, slower now. My body was breaking down. My head throbbed, my mouth was dry, and my leg muscles burned with every step. But I didn't stop. Couldn't. That night, I didn't set up camp. I just leaned against a tree and stared into the darkness. I started to hallucinate. I thought I saw lights in the distance, campfires, headlamps, but when I blinked, they were gone. I heard voices, soft, murmuring things just out of reach, but I knew they weren't real. My brain was slipping. Hunger and exhaustion were grinding me down. I think I walked for 2 more days like that. No food, barely any water. My lips cracked, and my hands trembled constantly. I stopped sweating. I knew that was a bad sign. Heat stroke, dehydration, but The day started like any other. I had been hiking for years, so I knew the trail well enough by heart. I was 32, and this was just another weekend outing to clear my mind. My backpack was light, filled with only the essentials: water, snacks, a map, and a small first aid kit. The sun was already high, the kind of bright midsummer light that made the green of the trees more vibrant. It was early August in the Cascade Range, somewhere off the beaten path, far enough to be considered remote, but still within a reasonable distance from home. I had decided to take a different route, something I hadn't tried before, just to see what it was like. It wasn't on any marked maps, but I figured I could handle it. I'd done more challenging trails, and this one looked promising. I parked my truck at the trailhead and set off around 9 a.m., eager to get some alone time in the woods. The quiet of the forest was calming. No cars, no noise, just the distant calls of birds and the rustle of leaves in the wind. I could hear my own footsteps crunching along the gravel trail. As the morning wore on, the trail narrowed, winding through thick trees that reached high above me. My feet sank into the soft ground, and I adjusted my backpack strap, wondering how long it would take to reach the summit. It was supposed to be about a 4-hour hike if you followed the marked trail. The idea of exploring uncharted land had its appeal, so I decided to venture off the path. The air was dry, but there was a crispness to it, the kind of fresh, mountain air that felt like it could clear your head and lungs at the same time. As I walked deeper into the woods, I felt the weight of my surroundings, a mix of peace and discomfort. The trail, though not marked, still seemed like it was used often enough. There were clear signs that others had been here before: broken branches, footprints in the dirt, and the occasional ribbon tied to tree trunks. I followed those, hoping they'd lead me somewhere interesting. The further I went, the more the landscape changed. The trees grew thicker, their trunks wider, casting long shadows over the ground. It wasn't long before I realized how eerily quiet it had become. The typical sounds of nature, birds singing, the soft hum of insects, had all but vanished. The silence was unnerving, but I chalked it up to the remote location. Maybe there was less wildlife in this part of the woods, or maybe it was just a quiet day. I paused to drink some water from my bottle. The view was incredible. Tall pines covered the hills, and the mountains stretched far beyond the horizon. I took a few photos, but something in the air felt off. I couldn't quite place it. It wasn't a fear of danger, more like a subtle discomfort. It was just too quiet. I couldn't help but wonder why there weren't more sounds from animals or birds. I had been hiking long enough to know that even in remote areas, you'd typically hear the distant rustle of creatures moving through the underbrush, the chirp of a bird, or the scurry of squirrels. I kept walking. As I continued, the trail became harder to follow. The ground was uneven, and thick roots sprawled across the dirt like veins in the earth. I had to be careful not to trip, but I was in good shape, so it wasn't too bad. At some point, I came across a small stream, its waters trickling over rocks. It was a beautiful sight, but I didn't stop long. The trail had started to rise steadily, climbing up the mountain. I noticed the trees were getting thinner, replaced by shrubs and wild grasses. The higher I went, the more the wind picked up. The temperature was dropping, too, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. By noon, I was nearing the top, or at least I thought I was. I hadn't checked the map in a while, assuming I was still on track. But as I passed a rock outcropping, something strange caught my eye, a piece of blue fabric. I knelt down to take a closer look. It was a scrap of a torn jacket, half buried under a pile of leaves. My heart skipped a beat. It was odd, but I told myself it wasn't anything to worry about. People hike out here and accidents happen. Still, a small sense of unease settled over me. I wasn't the first to pass through, and I likely wouldn't be the last. I left the jacket scrap alone, but something in my gut told me I wasn't alone. I pushed forward. The trail, if you could even call it that anymore, became more like a faint path. The ground was loose, the dirt soft underfoot. The trees were sparse, and the open space seemed vast, yet still wild. At times, I would pause and look around, feeling as if I were being watched. It wasn't a paranoia exactly, it was more of a gut feeling, like when you know someone's there, even if you can't see them. The wind howled through the empty branches, and I felt a chill run up my spine. By 1:30 p.m., I reached a small ridge that overlooked a steep drop into a ravine. The view was beautiful, but I couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. I should have turned back by then, but something made me keep going. I couldn't tell if it was pride, stubbornness, or curiosity. I pushed through the brush, moving carefully now, my eyes scanning the ground for any signs of life or the lack of it. The further I walked, the more the air felt thick. It was hard to explain, but the heaviness was becoming more pronounced. The kind of heaviness that presses against your chest and makes it hard to breathe. The feeling was so intense that I had to stop and take a few deep breaths. Something was wrong. That was when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just another patch of dark dirt, but then I realized it was too smooth. The ground had been dug out, carefully, methodically, like someone had been digging in a hurry, trying to hide something. I approached cautiously, my breath catching in my throat. A small, shallow hole had been dug, its edges worn smooth. There was something inside. I reached out, my hands trembling, and pulled back the dirt with my fingers. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Bones. A pile of human bones, scattered and broken, half buried under the dirt. My stomach lurched. I stumbled back, gasping for air, heart pounding. My mind raced. What the hell was this? How long had they been here? Who else knew about this place? I quickly pulled my phone out of my pocket, ready to call for help, but I had no signal. Of course, I didn't. I was in the middle of nowhere. My mind scrambled. This wasn't just some strange discovery. Someone had been out here. Someone had hidden those bones, and I had found them. I backed away slowly, feeling my panic rising. I had to leave. I had to get out of there. I didn't know if I was safe. I didn't know if the person who had buried those bones was still nearby. What if they were watching me right now? I turned around and started running. My legs felt heavy, the ground beneath me soft and uneven, but I pushed through. The thought of those bones filled my mind. I didn't care about anything else. I just needed to get out of there. But I wasn't alone. I heard footsteps behind me, not my own. These were heavier, slower, deliberate. I dared not look back. I didn't want to know who or what was following me. All I could do was keep running. My heart hammered in my chest, adrenaline coursing through me. As I pushed forward, I felt a sudden snap of pain in my ankle, and I stumbled, falling hard onto the ground. The sharp sting of pain shot up my leg, but I forced myself to stand. My breath was ragged, and I tried to steady myself. I couldn't let whoever was behind me catch up. I couldn't even think about it. I limped on, determined to get to safety. The forest seemed to close in around me, but I kept moving, my eyes fixed on the faint trail ahead. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I broke through the trees and into an open field. My truck was in the distance. I had made it. I limped to my truck, my body shaking with exhaustion and fear. I fumbled with the keys, desperate to get inside. When I finally slid into the driver's seat and locked the doors, I let out a breath I didn't even realize I'd been holding. I didn't look back. Couldn't. I didn't even care if I'd left something behind. I drove as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached the nearest town. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Who would believe me? I didn't want to go back and investigate. Some things are better left unknown. But every now and then, when I'm out hiking, I'll catch myself looking over my shoulder, just in case. I haven't been back to that part of the woods, and I doubt I ever will. Some places are better left unexplored. Some things are best left buried. It was the summer of 2018 when I took a trip that I've spent the last few years trying to forget. I was 34 then, working construction jobs around Reno, Nevada. I had some vacation time saved up, and after wrapping a long job outside of Carson City, I decided to go on a solo hike through a less traveled part of the Ruby Mountains in northeast Nevada. I'd done some backpacking before, mostly shorter trails, usually just overnight trips, but I was feeling confident and thought a 3-day hike alone in the backcountry would clear my head. No cell reception, no noise, just me and the trail. I chose a route that wasn't listed on most tourist maps, but a few locals had mentioned it to me at a bar one night. They said it was a quiet area called Copper Ridge, not far from Lamoille Canyon, but steeper and less developed. Apparently, it used to be a mining route a long time ago. There were still some old paths and equipment scattered in the hills. Sounded interesting, isolated, rough, and perfect. I loaded up my pack with the usual gear, tent, sleeping bag, food for 4 days, GPS unit, extra batteries, water filter, stove, first aid kit, and a flare. I always carry a flare, even though most people think it's overkill. The morning I left, it was already hot. The sky was bright and clear. I parked my truck off a dirt road that split off from the main Forest Service road. There was no official trailhead, just a wide bend in the road where I could pull off. I left a note in my truck listing my route and return date, just in case something went wrong. The first day was calm. The trail was narrow, overgrown in places, but it was there. It climbed steadily through dry brush and loose rock, zigzagging up toward the tree line. There were old trail markers nailed to trees. Most were faded or falling off. Sometimes I'd pass rusted metal scraps, maybe old tools or broken rail pieces. The sun beat down hard, and by mid-afternoon, I was soaked in sweat. I made camp on a flat patch above a dry creek bed. The view was beautiful, just hills and sky and silence. I boiled water for some dehydrated rice and tuna and went to sleep early. I didn't hear a sound all night except for wind and insects. The second day was harder. The path became steeper and less defined. In some places, it looked like it had been washed out by rain years ago. My GPS was still working, so I kept moving in the right direction, but I had to check it constantly. Around noon, I reached a narrow ridge that I remembered seeing on the topographic map. It was supposed to be the toughest part of the hike, a narrow, rocky spine that ran for about 2 miles between two peaks. Both sides dropped off steeply. The wind-up there was sharp and loud, and I had to crouch low to keep from being pushed off balance. I stopped halfway across the ridge to drink some water and catch my breath. The drop on the right side was terrifying, maybe 600 feet straight down into a rocky ravine. On the left, it was a sheer slope of loose shale. I remember thinking that if I slipped, there'd be no saving myself. Still, the view was unbelievable. You could see for miles, rolling hills, pine-covered valleys, dry plains in the distance. I took a few pictures with my phone and moved on. Not long after I passed the ridge, I noticed something strange. At first, it was just a smell. Faint, metallic, like old rust and something else I couldn't place. It wasn't the scent of animals or plants. It reminded me of the air inside an old garage, thick and stale. I thought maybe it was coming from some old mining equipment nearby. There were stories about old shafts out there sealed decades ago. I shrugged it off and kept hiking. A few hours later, I found a place to camp. It was a small clearing surrounded by scrub pines. There were no animal tracks around, which I thought was odd. Usually, I'd see something: deer, rabbits, birds, but it was totally quiet. I set up my tent, made some food, and sat watching the sunset. That's when I noticed something else. There were scratches on the rocks near my camp. Not scratches like animal claw marks, more like deep scrapes in the stone, like someone had dragged something heavy and sharp over it. They weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. Some of the lighter dust around them had been disturbed. I bent down and touched them. The rock felt rough and gritty. I tried to think of what could have made those marks. Maybe metal equipment from the mining days dragged by a rock slide? But that didn't really explain the straightness of the marks or the location. There was no equipment anywhere around. That night I couldn't sleep, not because of noises, there weren't any, but because it was too quiet. It was the kind of silence that gets inside your ears and makes your heart feel loud. Even the wind had died down. I lay there in my sleeping bag, listening to nothing. My ears rang. Around 2 a.m, I sat up and turned on my headlamp. My tent was still, my gear untouched. But I had that feeling you get sometimes, like someone standing behind you, even when you know no one is. I didn't see anything that night. Nothing moved. Still, I barely slept. The next morning, I decided to cut my hike short. I was supposed to loop down the east side of the ridge and spend another night out before heading back. But something felt wrong. I couldn't explain it, just a gut feeling. I packed up quickly, checked my GPS, and started making my way back along the ridge. About half a mile into the return hike, I saw something that stopped me cold. It was a backpack sitting on the side of the trail. Not hidden, not buried, just sitting upright like someone had placed it there. It was faded blue with frayed straps. I looked around and called out, just in case someone was nearby. No answer. I walked over and looked at it more closely. There was dirt on it, but not much. It hadn't been there long. The zipper was half open. Inside, I found a crumpled map, an old trail bar, a metal canteen, and a small notebook. The first few pages of the notebook were blank. Then I saw some writing, just a few lines scribbled in pencil. Most of it was smeared, like it had gotten wet. The only words I could make out clearly were, "Rocks moved, wrong turn," and "can't hear birds." That last part chilled me. I hadn't heard any birds either, not since yesterday. I picked up the backpack and looked around again. There was no one. No footprints, no gear, no signs of a struggle, just that bag sitting by itself. I didn't take it with me. I left it there, exactly where I found it, and kept moving fast. I crossed the ridge in under an hour, not stopping to rest this time. My heart was pounding the whole way. I kept imagining that someone was following me, just far enough back that I couldn't see them. I turned around several times. Nothing. Still, the feeling didn't leave me. When I got past the ridge and down into the thicker brush, I finally stopped to breathe. My shirt was soaked through with sweat. My hands were shaking. I forced myself to drink some water and eat a protein bar, even though I wasn't hungry. Then I heard it. First, I thought it was the wind picking up again, but it wasn't. It was a soft crunch, like footsteps on dry leaves. I held my breath and listened. Another crunch, then silence. I waited a full minute before I moved. My GPS said I was still 5 miles from the dirt road where my truck was parked. No cell signal, no trail markers, and now something or someone out there moving. I don't know how I made it through those last 5 miles. I moved as fast as I could without running. I tripped once and scraped my knee, but I didn't stop. I kept hearing sounds, twigs snapping, brush rustling, but never saw anything. Every time I turned around, the woods looked the same, empty and dry and still. When I finally saw the dirt road, I almost collapsed. My truck was right where I left it. The note I had stuck inside was still taped to the dashboard. I unlocked the door, threw my pack in the passenger seat, and drove. I didn't stop until I was back in Elko 2 hours later. I checked into a motel and took the longest shower of my life. I stared at myself in the mirror and saw how pale I looked, how red my eyes were from lack of sleep. I felt like I'd aged 5 years in 3 days. I couldn't stop thinking about the backpack, the notebook, the scratches on the rocks, the silence in the woods. I never reported it. I should have. I know that now, but I didn't want to explain to anyone what I'd seen or what I thought I'd felt out there. I didn't want them to look at me like I was crazy. I threw away my gear a week later, every piece of it. I haven't been hiking since. Sometimes, when I can't sleep, I think about the person who owned that backpack. I wonder how long it had been there. I wonder if they ever made it out, or if they're still out there somewhere, just past the ridge where the birds stop singing. And every now and then, when the wind gets quiet and the air feels too still, I remember what it felt like to be watched in the silence, and I remind myself, no matter how prepared you are, no matter how careful, you never really know what's waiting out there. I was 34 the summer I decided to hike solo through a remote section of the Sawtooth Mountains in central Idaho. It was July 2021, and I had just left a tech job in Denver that had been draining me for years. After quitting, I took a couple of weeks off, thinking the best way to clear my head would be getting far away from everything. I'd always been into hiking and had done some decent treks through Colorado, Utah, and parts of Wyoming, but I'd never tried anything solo and off-grid for more than 3 days. I figured 5 or 6 days alone in the wilderness would give me the reset I needed. I planned a loop that would start near Stanley, Idaho, and cut deep into the Sawtooth backcountry. I'd read about an old trail, barely used anymore, that followed a high ridge connecting 3 peaks and eventually dropped back down near a glacier-fed lake. From there, I could loop back around through lower forest trails. It wasn't on most modern maps, but I found it mentioned in some older forums from around 2010. Some locals called it the Lost Spine, which I thought was a bit dramatic, but the route intrigued me. Most people said it was tough but beautiful and almost completely untouched by tourists. I packed 5 days worth of food, a bivy sack, a water filter, first aid gear, bear spray, and a paper map with GPS coordinates scribbled in pencil. I also brought a satellite communicator that could send texts and had an SOS feature just in case. The first 2 days of the hike went almost exactly how I'd hoped. The trails were quiet, the weather held steady in the high 70s during the day and dropped into the 40s at night, and I didn't run into a single other person once I was a few hours in. The sound of wind through pines and creeks rushing through granite canyons was exactly what I needed. I reached the point where the trail split and started heading toward the old Lost Spine ridge on the 3rd morning. There was no signpost, just a cairn, 3 small rocks stacked at the edge of the trail, and a faint path through the brush heading uphill. My GPS matched what I had on the paper map. I pushed forward, excited to see some country that hadn't been stepped on in years. The terrain changed quickly. The forest thinned, the air got cooler, and the trail became less and less distinct. After a while, it wasn't a trail anymore, just patches of dirt and flattened grass that sometimes hinted at footsteps from long ago. I moved slower, checking my GPS every 15 minutes. The slope was steep in sections, full of loose shale that made me question each step. I scrambled up switchbacks, sometimes using my hands to pull myself up the rocks. Around noon, I crested the beginning of the ridge and stopped to rest. The view was ridiculous. To my left, steep granite cliffs dropped hundreds of feet into a blue basin. To my right, a deep valley was cut by a winding river that looked like silver thread in the distance. Everything was quiet except the wind. I ate a protein bar, drank some water, and checked my location again. According to my notes, I was right on the route. That's when I started noticing the ridge wasn't exactly how others had described it. Old reports said it was narrow but manageable, more of a high trail than a climbing route. But where I stood, it looked a lot more dangerous. It was barely 2 feet wide in some places, with sharp drops on both sides. There were no trees, no shelter, just exposed rock and a breeze that made my jacket flap. I hesitated. Part of me thought maybe I'd taken a wrong turn, but the GPS still showed me on track, and I could see the high point of the ridge not far ahead. I figured I'd push on a little further and reassess. About an hour later, things got worse. The narrow ridge had turned into a knife edge, maybe 16 inches across, crumbling in places. I had to crouch and move sideways, keeping my weight low. Below me, the cliff dropped at least 1,000 feet. My heart was pounding, not from exertion but from the realization that I couldn't go back the way I came. The rock had shifted under my foot at one point, sending a piece of shale spinning down the cliff, and I knew going back was probably riskier than pushing forward. Then the wind picked up, came out of nowhere. One minute it was a breeze, and the next it was a gust strong enough to push my balance. I got down on all fours and hugged the rock, inching forward. The air was cold and dry, but my hands were slick with sweat. Every muscle was tense. I stopped breathing whenever I moved, afraid that the simple act of inhaling might throw me off balance. I kept telling myself just a little further. I thought if I could get to the wider section up ahead, I could find a place to rest and wait out the wind. That section never came. Instead, I found a dead end. The ridge just stopped. It ended in a sheer wall of granite that jutted upward at a nearly vertical angle. I stood there, staring, unable to believe it. There was no way forward. My GPS still said I was on the trail, but the trail was gone. Either the old reports were wrong, or the ridge had collapsed sometime over the last few years. I looked back the way I came, and my stomach dropped. Going back would mean hours of crawling backward across that knife edge, with the wind even stronger now than it had been. I looked at the cliff face again. It wasn't a climbable surface, not without ropes or gear. The granite was smooth, no cracks to grab. I was stuck. I sat down, legs dangling off the side, trying to think. I was low on water and down to 2 energy bars. The sun was starting to dip behind the peaks to the west. I had maybe 3 hours of light left. My satellite communicator still had a signal, but I didn't want to hit SOS just yet. I felt stupid. I'd gotten myself into this mess. The idea of having a helicopter come pluck me off the rock felt like failure. I still believed I could find a way out. I decided to try the south slope. The ridge dropped sharply on the south side, but it wasn't a vertical cliff. It was steep, covered in scree and loose boulders, but maybe passable. I figured if I took it slow and hugged the rock, I could descend a few hundred feet to where it looked like there might be a ledge or shelf. From there, maybe I could work my way down into the trees and follow the valley out. I started the descent just before sunset. The rock was loose, shifting under my boots, sending chunks of gravel down with every step. I moved slowly, planting my feet carefully, testing every handhold. My pack kept shifting my balance, so I stopped and took it off, lowering it ahead of me each time I dropped down a few feet. After about 45 minutes, I reached a small outcrop where I could sit without sliding. I checked my communicator, still had a signal, I marked my location just in case and kept moving. The slope got steeper. There were no trees now, just jagged rock and the occasional tuft of grass. Then I made my first mistake. I stepped on a patch of loose gravel that I thought was solid. My foot shot out from under me and I went down hard. My knee hit a rock and pain exploded up my leg. I slid 10 or 15 feet before I managed to grab a small boulder and stop myself. My hands were shredded, palms bleeding, and my left knee throbbed with every movement. I sat there in the growing dark, staring at my leg, trying to decide if it was broken. It wasn't. I could still move it, but it felt unstable and weak. I tore up my shirt and made a rough wrap around the knee to compress it. I took some painkillers from my pack and kept moving, slower now. By the time full darkness fell, I was still halfway down the slope. I found a flat section just big enough to lie down and decided to stop for the night. I didn't set up the bivy sack. I couldn't risk sliding off the rock in my sleep, so I just lay there in my jacket, shaking from cold and pain. I barely slept. The next morning, I continued the descent. My hands burned with every grip. My knee was worse. Each step sent shocks through my leg, but I couldn't stop. Around mid-morning, I finally reached the tree line. I'd never been so happy to see pine needles. I found a dry creek bed and followed it down, hoping it would eventually lead to water and maybe even a trail. It did lead to water, a narrow stream trickling through a meadow. I filled my bottle, filtered it, and drank until I felt sick. Then I rested. I checked my GPS, but now it was glitching, probably from the fall. Kept jumping my location around. I couldn't tell which direction I was headed. I had no cell signal either. I was somewhere deep in a valley with no trail, no sign of people, and no clear way out. I decided to follow the stream. Water always goes downhill, and downhill usually leads to civilization. I limped along the bank, stopping often to rest. The valley narrowed, the forest grew thicker, and everything started to look the same. I kept pushing forward, telling myself I'd hear a road soon or see a trail marker, but nothing came. By the fourth day, I was nearly out of food. I'd rationed carefully, breaking protein bars in half, drinking water constantly to stay full, but my body was burning through everything fast. I'd lost weight. My clothes felt loose. My hands were infected, small cuts turning red and puffy. My knee had swollen to the size of a grapefruit. I finally hit the button on my satellite communicator. Took a full day before help came. A rescue crew from Boise tracked the signal to my last known location. They found me half conscious near the stream, curled in a I was 31 years old the summer I decided to do something I'd never done before. A solo hiking trip through a remote stretch of mountains in western Montana. The plan had started small. A weekend away from the city, some quiet, some space to think, but it grew bigger the longer I thought about it. I started planning a 4-day solo hike along a route called the Ridge Trail, a lesser-known trail that cuts through parts of the Bitterroot Mountains, far from most tourists and day hikers. I had been hiking for years. I wasn't a beginner. I had all the gear. I had done multi-day hikes before, though never completely alone. I had survival training from my time working with a conservation group after college. I knew how to navigate, how to filter water, how to make camp, and how to handle a bear encounter if it came to that. I did my research. I checked weather forecasts. I left an itinerary with my brother, Tom, who lived in Spokane. I even downloaded topographical maps and printed out backup versions just in case. It was early July 2022 when I drove out from Missoula to a small gravel turnout near the trailhead. The parking spot was barely marked. There was no ranger station or welcome sign, just a rusted-out map board with a faded trail route and a few bullet holes in the metal. Felt right. Remote. Untouched. Quiet. Just what I needed. I parked, geared up, locked the car, and started walking into the forest. The first day was easy. I covered about 12 miles, making my way uphill gradually. The Ridge Trail wasn't an official trail anymore. It used to be part of a fire lookout route but had been decommissioned years ago. Now it was maintained by local volunteers, which meant the path was overgrown in places. Markers were inconsistent, and the terrain was wild. But that's what I wanted. Real solitude. By late afternoon, I found a spot just off the trail near a small stream and made camp. I cooked freeze-dried pasta, set up my tent, and read a little by flashlight before falling asleep. No sounds except for water running and wind in the trees. The second day was harder. The trail climbed steeply into the ridge proper, zigzagging through switchbacks, dense stands of pine, and thick underbrush. I stopped to rest a few times, drank plenty of water, and kept an eye on my position using GPS and map. I didn't see a single person. That was fine by me. Around 4 p.m., I made it to a narrow plateau with an incredible view. Snow-capped peaks in the distance, green valleys far below, and clouds moving slow across the sky. I sat for a long time just watching the light shift. Then I made my way a little off the trail to set up camp. That night, I heard something that didn't sit right with me. I had just finished eating when I noticed a strange sound. It was faint, like sticks breaking somewhere downhill in the trees. At first, I thought it was an animal. Maybe a deer, maybe an elk. There are plenty of them around. But then I heard it again. This time it sounded slower, like something moving cautiously, something heavier. I froze and turned off my headlamp. The stars were out, and my eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. I didn't hear the noise again for a few minutes, but then it came back. Crunch, pause, crunch, long pause, then silence. It sounded like someone was walking, trying to move quietly. I sat completely still in my tent, listening. After a few minutes, the sound stopped. I waited for a long time. Eventually, I convinced myself it was probably an animal, maybe a bear just passing through. I had hung my food far from camp and followed all the rules. It would move on. I didn't sleep well that night. The third day started fine. I packed up early and kept going along the ridge. The trail here was narrow with steep drop-offs on both sides in some places. There were spots where fallen trees blocked the path, and I had to scramble over or around them. Around noon, clouds started building fast. Rain wasn't in the forecast, but that doesn't mean much in the mountains. By 2, it was pouring. I was soaked, even with my rain gear. The wind picked up, and fog started rolling in. Visibility dropped fast. I considered turning back but realized I was too far in, almost 25 miles from the trailhead. Going back would take longer than going forward. There was a cutoff trail up ahead that would take me down into a valley where I could camp and then loop back around toward my car the next day. The rain kept coming. The trail turned into mud. I slipped several times and fell once, jarring my wrist, but nothing serious. The fog got so thick I could barely see 10 feet ahead. I kept checking my GPS and compass, making sure I was still on track. I followed the trail markers carefully, red bands on trees, faint arrow signs nailed to trunks. Somewhere around 4 p.m., I realized something was wrong. The terrain didn't match the map. The slope was wrong. The turns were wrong. The last marker I saw didn't line up with the route. I pulled out my phone, which was already low on battery, and checked the GPS. It showed I was off trail, farther north than I should have been. I backtracked, where I thought I did. The fog made everything look the same. Every tree, every bend in the path. I stopped and tried to reorient, standing still, comparing the map to the landscape. I couldn't find a match. Then I noticed something that made my stomach twist. A footprint. In the mud. Not mine. It was fresh, deep, and pointed the same direction I had just come from. Someone else was out here. That wasn't impossible. There were hunters and other hikers sometimes. But this footprint was off the trail. Way off. I crouched and studied it. It was larger than mine, maybe a man's boot size 11 or 12. It looked like a heavy boot, maybe military or work style, not hiking specific. The tread was different. I didn't like it. The footprint wasn't alone. I followed with my eyes and saw more in the mud, spaced far apart, like someone was moving fast. They went down into a thick patch of trees and vanished. I stood there for a long time, soaked, cold, and unsure what to do. Eventually, I decided to move. I followed what I thought was the trail, hoping to find a landmark or a break in the fog. The rain had stopped, but the mist hung thick in the trees. I kept walking for almost an hour before I saw something that made my heart drop. My own campsite, The one from last night. Same tree. Same rock I'd used to hang my food line. Same patch of flattened grass where I'd pitched my tent. I had walked in a giant circle. That's when I knew I was in real trouble. It was almost evening, and I had no idea where the trail was anymore. My GPS was down to 7%. I had a paper map and compass, but with no visibility, they weren't much help. I decided to set up camp again and wait out the fog. Maybe in the morning I could reorient. I picked a new spot uphill from the old one, in a small clearing near some boulders. I set up the tent, ate quickly, and crawled inside, damp and shivering. I laid there for hours listening. Around 10 p.m., I heard something again. At first it was faint, twigs breaking, then closer, leaves rustling. A breath? I held my own breath and waited. Then I heard it, a sound that turned my blood cold. A zipper, like a tent zipper, somewhere very close. But it wasn't mine. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. The sound stopped, then silence. I stayed awake all night, clutching the small knife I kept in my pack. Nothing else happened. No more sounds, no movement, just fog and silence. The first light, I packed everything as fast as I could. My legs were sore. My hands were numb. I forced myself to eat a granola bar and started walking, using my compass to head south. Any direction that would eventually take me downhill. By noon, the fog had lifted a little. I finally found a stream that looked familiar. I followed it for 2 miles until I saw a faint old blaze on a tree, orange paint, worn and chipped. That blaze wasn't on my original route. It belonged to an old fire service path I'd read about in a forum post online. It led down toward a logging road, about 6 miles away. I followed it. The trail was almost invisible in places. I had to bushwhack and crawl through thick undergrowth. But I was making progress. About halfway down, I saw something that made me stop cold. A campsite, not mine. It looked fresh, maybe a day or 2 old. There was a small fire pit with warm ashes, a tarp tied between trees, and some trash scattered around. Empty cans, a rusted knife, and a pair of boots. Big boots, size 11 or 12. I scanned the area. No one in sight, but one of the boots was filled with mud. And next to it was something worse. A used zip tie, dirty and bent. And rope, cut rope. I didn't stay long. I pushed downhill as fast as I could. My legs were shaking, partly from exhaustion, partly from something else. Dread. I didn't stop. Not for food, not for water. I just moved. By 7 p.m., I reached the logging road. It was empty and overgrown, but I followed. I was 29 years old, living in a small town in southern Oregon. It wasn't far from the coast, but the dense, sprawling forests felt like a world apart from the townspeople who rarely ventured beyond the main roads. I had always enjoyed hiking, even as a kid. It was one of the few things that gave me peace. There was something about the isolation of the woods that made everything feel clearer, like I could finally breathe in a way the chaos of daily life didn't allow. But that morning, I had a sense that something was off, though I couldn't explain it. Maybe it was the overcast sky or the way the air felt too still. Either way, I decided to ignore it and packed my bag. It was just a quick day hike along a trail near a place called Wallowa Lake, a scenic area about an hour from where I lived. The trail wasn't difficult, but it wasn't easy either. I figured it would be a good, peaceful walk, a chance to clear my head. I arrived at the trailhead around 8:30 a.m. There were a few cars parked in the gravel lot, mostly older models with mud-spattered tires and rusted bumpers. People like me, probably. I tossed my pack over my shoulder and started down the trail, the trees surrounding me almost immediately. It was a relatively quiet path, mostly shaded with the canopy of trees above, the ground soft beneath my boots, and the occasional sound of birds chirping or branches creaking in the light breeze. For the first few miles, everything seemed perfectly normal. The path wound through dense underbrush, crossed small streams, and ascended slowly into the hills. I stopped for a break around noon, sitting on a fallen log and pulling out a snack. The air was cool, but I was already starting to sweat from the steady climb. I wiped my brow and looked around, appreciating the isolation. There was no one else in sight, and the only sound was the rustling of leaves. But then, I heard something else. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it sounded too deliberate. A rustling from the trees to my right. I quickly scanned the area, but saw nothing. I chalked it up to an animal, maybe a deer or a small bear. I wasn't scared. Animals were common here. Still, something about the way the noise had come so suddenly, and then stopped just as abruptly, nagged at me. I shrugged it off, finished my snack, and continued up the trail. The path grew steeper now, the trees more spaced out. The sunlight filtered through the branches above, casting patches of light on the ground. After another hour, I reached the top of the ridge where the trail split. To my left, it continued deeper into the forest, but to my right, a narrow path led out into a small, rocky clearing with a view of the valley below. I decided to take a break here and enjoy the view. I sat on a large flat rock, taking in the expanse before me. The trees below stretched out for miles, their dark green leaves contrasting with the mist that hovered just above the forest floor. It was quiet, eerily quiet. No birds, no breeze, just the faint rustle of the leaves when the wind would pick up, only to die down again. The silence felt heavier now, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I pulled out my water bottle and took a drink, noticing that the air felt thicker than it had before. It was still early in the day, but something about the atmosphere felt off. The sense of unease from earlier was back, stronger now. I stood up, feeling the weight of my pack shift slightly on my shoulders, and began to walk around the clearing. That's when I noticed the trail was much less distinct. The rocks and dirt were worn down by previous hikers, but there was a section where the ground seemed unnaturally disturbed. Small branches were scattered in a strange pattern, and the ground was disturbed, almost like something or someone had recently been through. I felt my heart rate pick up slightly. I wasn't exactly a novice hiker, and the signs didn't look like anything natural to me. It almost felt like someone had been trying to hide something. But what? I decided not to stay long. I backtracked and took the other path that led deeper into the woods, hoping it would feel more familiar. But the further I went, the stranger things started to feel. The trail grew thinner and the trees closer together. The underbrush was denser now, with large ferns brushing against my legs as I walked. The silence grew thicker, heavier, like the forest itself was closing in on me. I had hiked this path before. It wasn't supposed to feel like this. Then I heard it again, rustling from the trees to my right. This time it wasn't a quick sound. It was deliberate, slow. Something was moving through the brush. My first instinct was to freeze, to wait and see if it was a person or an animal, but the sensation in the pit of my stomach told me to keep moving. So I kept walking, but faster now. The rustling seemed to follow me, getting closer with every step I took. It wasn't like the random sound of an animal moving through the leaves. This was something more calculated. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my grip tightened on my trekking poles. I had no idea what was going on, but my instincts told me to get out of there. I quickened my pace, but the sounds grew louder, closer. It felt like something was just behind me, following me. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something, but there was nothing. Only trees, ferns, and the occasional glimmer of sunlight filtering through the canopy above. But the feeling didn't go away. The heavy silence around me, the sense of being watched, it was all too much. I felt the unease rise within me, like my body knew something my mind didn't. Then it happened. The sound of heavy footsteps, unmistakable now, rang out from the trees behind me. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. They were too loud to be an animal. The ground beneath me felt unstable, the path narrowing. I needed to move, but my legs felt frozen, as if the fear had seeped into every muscle. Suddenly, there was a sharp snap of a twig behind me. I spun around, heart leaping into my throat, but still, nothing. The forest seemed to be holding its breath again. With no time to waste, I turned and began to run. The trail was rough, uneven, and the rocks underfoot were slick with moisture from the morning fog. I stumbled twice, my pack bouncing against my back, but I kept going. I could hear it now. Those same heavy footsteps, crashing through the underbrush, following my every move. I reached the clearing again, my chest burning from exertion, but I didn't stop. I had to get back to the main trail. I had to get back to safety. But the moment I stepped off the path and onto the wider, more well-traveled route, the noise behind me stopped. Just like that. No footsteps, no rustling, only the heavy sound of my breath, filling the quiet forest. I kept walking, faster now, not stopping until I reached the trailhead. My legs were aching, but I didn't care. The unease had settled in my gut like a cold stone, and I couldn't shake it. When I reached my car, I threw my pack into the trunk and slammed the door shut, my hands trembling. I took a moment to catch my breath, but I knew something had happened in those woods. Something that had made me feel like I wasn't alone. As I drove away, I glanced back at the dark, dense trees behind me. There was no sign of movement, no hint that anything was out of the ordinary, but the feeling didn't go away. It didn't matter how many times I went back to that trail. I'd never forget how it felt. The sense that something was watching, the footsteps that seemed to follow me, the way the woods closed in, darker and heavier, as if trying to swallow me whole. But I was safe now. At least, that's what I told myself as I drove away from the forest, the sound of the engine humming in my ears, drowning out everything else. In the summer of 2013, I took a solo hiking trip into the Blue Ridge Mountains in western North Carolina. I was 34 at the time, recently laid off from my job in Asheville, and figured I could use some time in the woods to clear my head. I had always liked hiking alone. Something about being out in the middle of nowhere with no one to answer to just calmed me down. I didn't need company, just a backpack, some food, and the right kind of silence. I picked a stretch of land about 30 miles southeast of Boone. The area was dotted with old logging trails and overgrown Forest Service roads that weren't really maintained anymore. I found it on a forum dedicated to off-grid hiking. Some guy posted photos of an abandoned logging road that cut through dense forest and eventually connected to a now-defunct fire lookout. He hadn't finished the route because the trail got sketchy toward the upper ridges, but the photos looked incredible. Narrow dirt roads swallowed by the forest, rusted equipment, mossy slopes. It wasn't an official trail. I knew that meant no signage, no rescue crews, and no guarantee of cell service. I was okay with that. I had an emergency beacon, an old paper topo map, and plenty of food. I'd done harder hikes before. I left my car at the end of a dirt pull-off near a closed gate. It wasn't marked, but I double-checked my map, compared the elevation lines, and confirmed I was in the right place. The plan was to follow the overgrown logging road north for about 11 miles, then bushwhack uphill another 2 or 3 miles to reach the old fire lookout. I figured I'd camp 2 nights out there, maybe 3 if I felt like staying longer. The first day was easy enough. The road was wider than I expected and covered in fallen leaves and branches. I saw evidence of old tire ruts under all the debris, probably from trucks back when this place was still in use, maybe 30 or 40 years ago. The woods were thick, but not suffocating. A lot of pines, poplars, and the occasional big oak. Light filtered down in patches. It was peaceful. I walked for about 6 hours, stopping only to drink water or take photos. No one else was out there. No tire tracks, no footprints, no wrappers or cigarette butts, nothing. Just me and the woods. By late afternoon, I found a clearing off to the right side of the road and set up my tent. It was flat, dry, and sheltered on 3 sides by rock outcroppings. I gathered some dry sticks and made a small fire, ate a dehydrated meal, wrote in my notebook for a while, then climbed into my sleeping bag. I fell asleep listening to the sound of wind moving through the trees. It was the kind of quiet that feels heavy and full, not empty. The second day started early. I packed up and kept moving. The logging road narrowed and became more overgrown the farther I went. Trees leaned in from both sides. A few times, I had to duck under broken branches or step over rotted-out logs that had collapsed across the road. My legs got scratched up from brambles, but I didn't mind. Around noon, I came to a wide switchback where the road turned sharply uphill. I stopped for a while to rest and eat. That's when I noticed something off in the woods to my left, about 30 or 40 yards from the road. It looked like an old rusted barrel, partly hidden by brush. I walked over and found 2 oil drums, completely rusted out and half sunk into the dirt. Near them were the remains of what looked like an old shed or shack. Just a foundation made of concrete blocks, rotting wood, and piles of rusted scrap. I took a few photos and kept moving. Another hour or 2 up the road, I started seeing signs that someone had been out there more recently. Not fresh, but not ancient either. A beer can with the label still readable. A piece of rope tied between 2 saplings. A half-buried metal toolbox, empty. I stopped and looked around for a while. Something about it made my stomach tighten. Not because it was dangerous necessarily, it was just strange to see something man-made out there when you'd been alone for a day and a half. I told myself it was probably just leftover junk from when the road was used decades ago. Still, I made a note of it in my map notebook and kept going. Around 4 p.m., I reached a place where the road just sort of stopped. The map showed it continuing uphill, but in front of me was a wall of brush and dead trees. I checked the topo lines and compass. The fire lookout should have been about 2 miles up the slope to the northwest. I decided to bushwhack the rest of the way. It was steep, slow going. I had to climb over rocks and duck under fallen logs, but I made steady progress. Around 6 p.m., I found a flat area that looked like it had once been cleared. The remains of the fire lookout were there, but just barely. One wall was still standing, and part of the floor was intact, but the rest had collapsed. I could see old metal brackets, beams, and what might have been a ladder or railing. It was beautiful, though. From up there, I could see for miles, dense green forest in every direction, with ridges fading into haze. I set up camp right there and decided I'd head back down the next morning. That night, I couldn't sleep. I'm not someone who usually gets spooked in the woods, but I felt uneasy, like something had shifted. The wind sounded sharper. Every creak of wood or snap of a branch made me sit up and listen. I told myself I was just tired, maybe dehydrated. Then, around 2 a.m., I heard a sound that didn't fit. Something heavy moving through the brush below my camp. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't a deer. I've heard deer, bears, raccoons, coyotes, all of it. This was different. It was slower, deliberate, like boots on forest floor. I sat up in my tent, turned off my headlamp, and just listened. The sound stopped for a while. Then it started again, closer this time. I stayed still. Eventually, it went quiet. I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, I packed up fast and started hiking down. I didn't even eat breakfast, just stuffed everything into my pack and got moving. About a mile down, I found something that stopped me cold. There was a fresh boot print in the dirt near the edge of a switchback. Not mine, too big and pointed in the opposite direction I'd come from. It looked recent, edges crisp, not eroded. I kept walking faster now. Every few minutes, I stopped to listen. No sounds, no movement, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else was out there. An hour later, I came to the place with the oil drums and the foundation. I stopped again, and that's when I saw something else. A pile of rocks about waist high, right next to the foundation. It hadn't been there before. Not 2 days ago. The rocks were stacked in a careful, deliberate way. Not random, not natural. On top of the pile was an empty water bottle. Modern, clean. The label peeled off, but the plastic was clear and new. I stared at it for a long time. Then I walked away, faster now. I reached the trailhead by late afternoon. My car was still there. Nothing broken, nothing touched. I got in, started the engine, and drove until I hit a main road. Didn't stop until I reached a gas station with other people around. For weeks after, I tried to explain it away. Maybe there were other hikers, maybe hunters, maybe someone just liked stacking rocks. But none of it felt right. Something was off about that whole stretch of forest. It wasn't haunted. There were no ghosts, no demons, but there was something else. Something human, something watching. And I don't think I was supposed to find it. I never went back to that area. Never found out who left the boot prints or stacked the rocks. But I still think about it, especially at night. Sometimes I wonder how long they watched me before I noticed. And sometimes I wonder if they're still out there, waiting for the next person to wander up that road. It was the summer of 2016 when I decided to take a solo hiking trip through the Bitterroot Mountains. I had just turned 29, and after months of stress from work and life in general, I needed some time to get away from everything. It was the perfect opportunity to disconnect. No phone service, no obligations, just me, the trail, and the wilderness. The plan was simple. Drive up to the trailhead, set up camp, and spend the next few days hiking through the dense forest, across streams, and up the ridges, all while staying away from the more heavily trafficked areas. I wasn't a seasoned backpacker, but I had hiked before, and I felt confident that I could handle a few days in the wild. I had everything packed the night before: my tent, sleeping bag, enough food to last, water purification tablets, a first aid kit, and a map of the area. There was something oddly calming about the process of packing, something that made me look forward to the adventure ahead. The drive up to the trailhead was long but beautiful. The road wound up through dense forests, and every so often, I'd get a glimpse of the valley below. I parked my old Jeep at the trailhead, unloaded my gear, and stood there for a moment, taking in the quiet. There was no one around, no other cars, no hikers, just me and the forest. A bit of excitement and nervousness mixed in my chest. I set off on the trail around 10 a.m. The weather was perfect, cool but not cold, and the sky was clear with just a few clouds floating lazily by. The trail was well maintained but began to grow steeper as I made my way into the mountains. The sound of my boots crunching on the dirt was almost the only noise besides the occasional chirp of a bird. Every now and then, I'd stop to adjust the straps on my backpack or take a quick drink of water. I wasn't concerned about getting lost. I had a map, a compass, and my phone in case of an emergency, although I knew I wouldn't have service. The first few miles were easy enough, winding through a dense forest of tall pines. The air smelled fresh and earthy, a scent I hadn't realized I missed until I was surrounded by it. After a few hours of hiking, I reached the first of the ridges. From here, the view was incredible. The valley below spread out in all directions, with rivers cutting through the land like silver threads. I paused, taking in the beauty. A light breeze brushed my face, and for a moment, it felt like I was the only person on Earth. I didn't see another soul, not a single hiker, not a car, not a sign of civilization anywhere. That was exactly how I wanted it. I wanted peace, solitude, the kind of silence that only nature could provide. I pushed on, and as the trail wound deeper into the mountains, the terrain became more rugged. The trail grew narrower and more overgrown, and I had to be careful with my footing. At one point, I had to cross a small creek that cut through the trail, hopping over rocks to keep my feet dry. I didn't mind. There was something thrilling about crossing that creek, like I was testing myself against nature. By the time I reached the spot where I planned to set up camp, the sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky. I found a clearing beside a small stream, just big enough for my tent. It wasn't a perfect spot. There were a few rocks poking through the ground, and the ground wasn't as flat as I would have liked, but it was remote, peaceful, and just right for a night in the mountains. Setting up camp was routine. Unroll the tent, stake it down, set up the camp stove, and get the fire started. I built a small fire and sat back, watching the flames dance. The sound of the crackling fire was comforting, and the warmth felt good as the air grew cooler with the setting sun. The day had been full of quiet beauty, and as the stars began to emerge in the dark sky above, I felt a sense of accomplishment and peace that I hadn't felt in a long time. I didn't think much of the thought that crossed my mind as I stared up at the stars, that maybe the mountains held something more than just trees and rocks. It wasn't a feeling I could put into words, but it lingered as I sat by the fire, alone in the vast, open wilderness. That night, I slept soundly, the quiet of the mountains wrapping around me like a blanket. The only sounds were the rustling of the wind through the trees and the occasional snap of a twig breaking in the distance. The next morning, I woke up to the light of dawn filtering through the trees. The fire was nothing but a pile of ashes now, and the world was still. For a moment, I lay there in my sleeping bag, feeling the cool air brush against my skin. There was something about waking up so far away from everything that felt so freeing. No alarms, no deadlines, just nature and me. I ate a simple breakfast, some granola and dried fruit, a quick drink of water from my bottle. I packed up my camp, making sure to leave no trace. The thought of leaving behind any waste or debris in such a beautiful place seemed wrong to me. After everything was packed and my campfire was completely out, I set off again. The trail that day took me up higher into the mountains, where the trees began to thin out, and I found myself walking across rocky terrain. The elevation was starting to get to me. The air felt thinner, and my legs were starting to feel the strain of the previous day's hike. But I didn't mind. I welcomed the challenge. There was something about the mountains that made every step feel worth it, even when my muscles burned and I had to stop for a breather. As the hours passed, the quiet of the wilderness became even more profound. I hadn't seen anyone since I left the trailhead the day before. It was as though I was the only one alive in the world. I wasn't scared, but there was a nagging feeling at the back of my mind, a sense that maybe, just maybe, the silence had become a little too still. It felt like something was watching me. It was a small, almost imperceptible feeling, like a breeze that brushed against the back of my neck or the sound of a distant rock tumbling down a slope. But each time I stopped, there was nothing but the stillness of the mountains. The trail led me to a ridge, and as I crested it, I could see the valley far below, a patchwork of green and brown. The view was breathtaking, and I couldn't help but stop to take it in. I pulled out my map to check my position. I had planned to hike another few miles, but the weather was starting to change. The clouds were gathering, darkening the sky, and a gust of wind blew across the ridge. It was then that I noticed something strange. There was a faint sound, a low hum, like the buzz of an insect, but more rhythmic. I couldn't place it at first, but it was definitely there, almost like a vibration in the air. I looked around, trying to find the source, but the ridge was empty. No animals, no hikers, just me and the growing storm clouds. The humming persisted, low and steady, but there was no logical reason for it. I thought maybe it was just the wind or the sound of some animal, but I couldn't shake the unease that settled over me. As the day wore on, the weather worsened. The wind picked up, and the temperature dropped. I knew I had to find shelter before the storm hit. I decided to turn back, retracing my steps toward the clearing where I'd set up camp. I moved quickly now, my pace faster than it had been earlier. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder every few minutes. It was then that I heard something unmistakable. The sound of footsteps crunching through the underbrush. But when I turned around, there was nothing, no one. My heart skipped a beat, and I picked up my pace even more, the feeling of being followed becoming more real with each passing step. The storm was coming fast, and I needed to find shelter, but my mind kept racing with the thought that I wasn't alone. I pushed those thoughts aside as I focused on getting back to camp. I finally made it back to my tent just as the storm broke. The rain came down in sheets, and the wind howled through the trees, bending the branches. I quickly set up a tarp over the fire pit and huddled under it for shelter. The fire was long gone, but the warmth of the shelter provided some comfort as the storm raged on. The buzzing hum that I had heard earlier seemed to fade with the wind, but I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone in the mountains anymore. The storm lasted all night, and I barely slept. Every noise outside, every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves, kept me on edge. The following morning, I packed up quickly and began the long hike back down the trail, eager to get out of the mountains and back to civilization. I didn't look back once. As I reached the trailhead and saw my Jeep in the distance, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The wilderness had tested me in ways I hadn't expected, and though I hadn't been harmed, the experience left me shaken. I left the Bitterroot Mountains behind that day, not knowing exactly what had happened, but grateful to be heading home. And as I drove down the winding road, I glanced at the ridge one last time, a small shiver running down my spine. There was something out there, something I couldn't explain, But I knew one thing for sure: I would never hike alone in those mountains again. It was the kind of day that felt like it would never end. The sun was shining high in the sky, the air crisp with the smell of pine and earth, and I could feel the sweat beginning to bead on my forehead as I made my way up the trail. I had been planning this hike for months, so I wasn't going to let the occasional sense of discomfort stop me. My backpack felt heavier with each step, but I kept going. This trail was supposed to be a challenge, and I wasn't going to back down from it. It was a late summer afternoon in 2023, and I was 32, an experienced hiker who had spent years exploring the backcountry of the Pacific Northwest. I'd done solo hikes before, and while I always felt a little nervous at first, I knew what I was doing. At least I thought I did. I had chosen this trail because of its reputation for being remote, less traveled, and, frankly, because it seemed like the kind of place where I'd be able to truly disconnect from everything. No cell service, no distractions, just me and nature. The sun was beginning its slow descent behind the jagged peaks of the Cascade Mountains. The path I was on wound its way through dense forest, the towering trees providing a canopy of shade that made the temperature bearable. I could hear the distant sound of a creek somewhere off to my right, but it was muffled by the thick brush. I wasn't worried. It wasn't the first time I had hiked through thick forests like this. I had hiked in Washington, Oregon, even Northern California, but this area, just north of Mount Rainier, had a certain quiet to it that felt different from the rest. The quiet was unnerving, the kind of quiet that feels too deep, too still, the kind of quiet that makes you realize just how alone you really are. The trail had been steadily climbing for hours, and I was now in a section where the trees were spaced farther apart, revealing glimpses of the rocky slopes above. I checked my watch. It was nearly 7 p.m. If I didn't make it to the next campsite soon, it would be dark. My plan was to hike another mile or so before setting up for the night. I wasn't too concerned. I had plenty of daylight left. But as I rounded a sharp bend in the trail, I noticed something strange. A figure. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light. But as I drew closer, I saw it more clearly. A man, standing still in the middle of the trail, facing away from me. His posture was odd, stiff, as if he hadn't moved in hours. It was too unusual to be just another hiker. My heart skipped a beat, a jolt of adrenaline flooding my veins. I stopped dead in my tracks, feeling a sudden unease creeping up my spine. He was wearing a worn-out backpack, the straps hanging loosely over his shoulders. His clothes were ragged, as if they had seen years of wear. But it wasn't just the condition of his gear that set off alarm bells in my head. It was the way he was standing, almost unnaturally still, as if frozen in place. I stood there, watching him, waiting for him to move, but he didn't. After what felt like an eternity, I cautiously took a few steps forward, hoping to break whatever strange silence hung in the air. When I was about 15 feet away, I called out. There was no response. I called out again, louder this time, but still nothing. My mind raced. I couldn't understand why he wouldn't answer. Maybe he was exhausted. Maybe he was lost or disoriented. But then, a new thought hit me. Why hadn't I noticed him on the trail before? I had been hiking for hours, and this was the only person I'd encountered. It didn't make sense. I took another step forward, my instincts telling me to be cautious. And that's when I saw it. There was something wrong with the ground beneath his feet. It wasn't just the usual dirt or rocks you'd expect from a trail. No, the ground was disturbed, unnaturally so, like something had recently been dug up. My pulse quickened as I processed what I was seeing. Suddenly, the man moved, not in a natural way. His head snapped to the side, his movements jerky and unnatural. It was as if he were struggling to turn around, his body stiff and unwilling. The moment he turned fully, I froze. His face was pale, gaunt, too pale. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, and sunken in a way that made my stomach churn. His lips were cracked, and his teeth, sharp, yellowed, peered through his cracked smile. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. He didn't speak, didn't make any noise. He simply stared at me, his gaze empty, hollow, and hungry. My legs felt heavy, like they were filled with lead. I wanted to run, but my feet were rooted to the ground, unable to move. The silence between us stretched for what felt like forever, until, finally, the man broke it with a slow, deliberate motion. He raised one hand, long, bony fingers extended, and pointed down the trail. Without thinking, I took a step back. The motion was automatic, but my brain wasn't fully processing what was happening. "Get out," he whispered, his voice rasping like dry leaves. I blinked, confused, but his gaze never left mine, cold and empty. It was like something was telling me that whatever this was, I didn't belong here. Whatever happened to him, it was something I didn't want to know. I didn't wait to hear more. I didn't need to. I turned and ran. I ran through the trees, pushing myself harder than I ever had before. My heart pounded in my chest, and my breath came in short, ragged gasps. I couldn't remember the last time I had been this terrified. The thought that I was being watched, that he was still behind me, was enough to keep my legs moving, even when they felt like they were going to give out. I didn't look back. I kept running, not stopping until the trail opened up into a clearing, and I finally found myself at a small creek. My legs burned, but I didn't care. I had to get to safety, had to find a place to make camp, to regain my bearings. I kneeled by the water, splashing my face with cold, refreshing liquid. I glanced around, feeling my pulse slowly begin to return to normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. The creek was quiet, peaceful even. The sound of water running over rocks should have been calming, but it only reminded me of how alone I was. It was then I realized I didn't know where I was anymore. I had veered off the main trail in my panic, and I had no idea how to get back. I took out my map, my fingers trembling as I traced the lines. But the map didn't make sense. There were no landmarks, nothing familiar. It was like I had stumbled into some uncharted part of the wilderness, and I couldn't escape. The only thing I knew for sure was that I needed to get out. I spent the night by the creek, as uncomfortable as it was. I couldn't sleep, couldn't shake the image of the man's hollow stare. The darkness of the forest around me seemed alive, the sounds of animals moving in the underbrush making my nerves fray even more. At first light, I packed up my gear and made my way back in the direction I thought the main trail was. I didn't stop to check my map. I didn't even check the trail signs. I just walked, moving faster than I should have, driven by the need to get out of that place. Hours later, after what felt like an eternity, I saw a familiar landmark, the twisted old tree that marked the fork in the trail. I had made it back. The relief I felt was overwhelming, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that something was still watching me from the depths of the forest. I didn't care. I just needed to get out, and I did. When I finally made it to the parking lot, I knew one thing for sure. I would never hike that trail again. I don't know what happened to the man. I don't know why he was there, why he acted the way he did, or why he seemed to want me to leave so badly. But I do know one thing. There are some places in the wilderness that are best left unexplored, and some people who are better left unseen. It's a lesson I'll never forget. I was 32 years old when I took that trip to the high Uinta Mountains in Utah. It was the summer of 2018, and I just quit my job in Salt Lake City. I didn't have anything lined up yet, but I wasn't in a rush. I'd saved enough money to take a few months off. I'd always talked about doing a long solo hike, and I figured that was as good a time as any. No schedules, no deadlines, just miles of trail, my gear, and the quiet. I chose a loop that started near Mirror Lake and swung wide through the Grandaddy Basin, looping through several lakes and high passes. It wasn't a beginner trail, but I wasn't new to hiking. I'd been doing it for over a decade, and I trained for this trip by running and climbing on weekends. I'd studied maps, downloaded GPS waypoints, and packed 4 days of food. I had a solid pack, Osprey 65 liter with a lightweight tent, sleeping bag, bear canister, a Sawyer filter, and layers for the cold. I thought I had it all figured out. I left early on a Thursday morning. The trail was quiet. I saw one other car in the lot when I parked. I filled out the trail register, checked the straps on my pack, and set off. The first few miles were beautiful. Pines lining the trail, clear skies above. the sun coming up over the hills. I passed a small creek, filled my bottles, and followed the trail as it rose into open country. By the afternoon, I reached my first camp near Shadow Lake. I found a spot a bit away from the water, flat, shaded, dry. I pitched my tent, cooked a freeze-dried meal, and sat by the lake as the sun dipped low. The sky turned orange, then purple. The breeze off the water was cold, so I bundled up and crawled into my tent. I slept well that night. No animals, no wind, just the creaking of trees and the sound of frogs near the lake. Day 2 was when things started to shift. I packed up early and followed the trail east into deeper wilderness. The terrain got rougher, more elevation, more loose rock. I passed 2 small lakes before lunchtime, then began climbing toward Hades Pass. The air got thinner, and the weather started to turn. Gray clouds rolled in from the west. Not dark, just thick and heavy. I checked the forecast before leaving and knew there was a chance of light rain. I had a poncho and a cover for my pack. I figured I'd push on. About halfway up the pass, the wind picked up. It was sharp and cold, stronger than I expected. I tightened my hood, leaned into the wind, and kept climbing. By the time I hit the top of the pass, visibility was starting to drop. Mist moved in low and fast. I could see maybe 100 feet ahead. I stopped to check my GPS and found I was still on course. The descent was slow. The rocks were wet, and I had to move carefully. I slipped a few times but never fell hard. I didn't see any trail markers for a long time, but the terrain matched the map. I knew the next lake was just below, and I planned to camp there for the night. Should have been easy, but I didn't reach the lake. I kept going downhill, switching back and forth across the slope. The trees thickened. The mist turned into a steady drizzle. The trail slowly disappeared under wet pine needles and loose rock. I stopped, checked the GPS again, and saw I was about a quarter mile off the trail. I'd veered right too far. I tried to angle back left, but the trees grew tighter, and I started post-holing through wet brush. I kept thinking I'd find the trail again, but every step just took me deeper. That was the first time I felt real unease. It was late afternoon by then, and the light was fading. I'd been off trail for over an hour. My boots were soaked. My pants were caked with mud. I finally gave up and decided to camp where I was. I found a patch of flat ground under a stand of fir trees and set up my tent in the drizzle. Everything was damp. My sleeping bag was stuffed in a dry sack, thankfully, but most of my gear had some water in it. I ate a cold bar, filtered some water, and crawled into my bag shivering. That night was miserable. The wind slammed through the trees. My tent rattled and flexed, the stakes holding but the sides caving in with each gust. I didn't sleep much. Around midnight, I heard something moving nearby. Heavy steps, not close but steady, crunching wet twigs. Pause, then more movement. I lay still, barely breathing. I gripped the bear spray, heart pounding. I didn't move until the sound faded away. Could have been a moose, maybe a deer. I told myself that over and over, but I never got back to sleep. The next morning, the rain stopped. Low clouds hung over the trees, and everything was soaked. I packed up fast, desperate to find the trail again. I followed the GPS heading north-northwest, hoping to intersect the loop. I moved fast, trying to make up for lost time. That's when I fell. It was stupid. I was rushing through a slope of wet rock, trying to side hill toward a ridgeline. I stepped on a slick piece of granite, and my boot shot out from under me. I went down hard, slamming my left side into the rock. My hip took the brunt, but my left arm bent back awkwardly as I tried to catch myself. Pain shot through my wrist. I sat there for a long time, breathing hard. The pain was sharp, deep in the joint. I tried to move my hand. Fingers were fine, but rotating the wrist sent a jolt up my arm. Not broken, I told myself. Sprained, maybe. I wrapped it with an extra bandana, popped 2 ibuprofen, and got back up. I kept moving, slower now, using my trekking pole on the right side to take pressure off the left. My pack felt heavier than ever. My legs were tired, and my body ached. I still hadn't seen the trail, just trees and wet hills. By early afternoon, I reached a small clearing with a rock outcrop. I climbed it and finally got a signal on my phone. 1 bar. I tried texting a friend, nothing sent. I tried GPS again and saw I was way off course, almost 5 miles southeast of where I should have been. Somehow, I'd circled around and ended up near a completely different drainage. I wanted to panic, but I didn't. I just stared at the screen, trying to process what I'd done. 5 miles off trail in terrain like that might as well have been 50, and I was moving slow. That night, I camped near a stream in the new drainage. I was out of dry clothes, so I wore my base layer and shivered in my sleeping bag. I didn't cook. I didn't have the energy. I lay in the tent listening to the wind, the water, and distant animal calls. The 4th day was the worst. I woke up dizzy and weak. I'd eaten barely anything the day before. My wrist was swollen, stiff. My hip ached when I put weight on it. I drank water, chewed some granola, and started moving again. I was still trying to head north, hoping to hit a trail or a lake where someone might pass by. But the terrain got steeper. More cliffs, more thick brush. I had to drop down a narrow ravine, then climb back up a wet rock face. My hands were shaking from effort. At one point, I sat down and cried, just full-body exhaustion and frustration. I was tired, cold, hungry, and lost. Then I found the footprints. It was late afternoon when I spotted them. 2 clear prints in the mud near a patch of flattened grass. Human boots, fresh. Couldn't believe it. Someone had passed through. I shouted, but no one answered. I followed the tracks, heart racing, pushing through brush and down a narrow animal path. I lost them a few times, but they kept reappearing. The tracks led to a game trail, then a wider path, then finally, mercifully, a real trail. Dirt-packed, clear, even a cairn on a rock. I almost collapsed. I didn't know which way the trail went, so I picked a direction and followed it downhill, hoping it would lead to a main route. It did. After about 2 miles, I reached a wooden sign, weathered and cracked, but readable. Rock Creek Basin, 2.5 miles. I knew that name. It was part of a separate loop west of the one I'd planned. Somehow I'd crossed over. I wasn't out yet, but at least I knew where I was. I kept hiking. Every step hurt. My feet were blistered, my legs cramping, and my wrist throbbing. I pushed through it. I had no other choice. Just before dusk, I reached a trailhead. No cars, no people, just a gravel lot and a dirt road leading west. I collapsed on a log, dropped my pack, and stared at the sky. The clouds had cleared. The sun was setting behind the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. I had no cell signal, but I was out. I was alive. I spent that night in a small ditch off the side of the road, wrapped in my bag, sleeping under the stars. The next morning, a group of hunters in a pickup found me and gave me a ride back to town. I didn't tell them everything, just that I got turned around and needed help. They fed me jerky and water and dropped me off in Camas, where I hitched a ride back to Salt Lake. It took me weeks to recover. I had a sprained wrist, deep bruising on my hip, and 3 toenails that eventually fell off. But nothing broken, no infection. I was lucky. I was 35 when I took that hiking trip through the Smoky Mountains in eastern Tennessee. It was late October of 2019. The leaves had just turned their brightest shades, orange, gold, and red. I'd planned the trip as a personal reset, something to clear my head after a rough year. My father had passed away in March. My relationship ended in June, and I'd spent the rest of the summer drowning in work and trying to ignore how hollow I felt. I figured a long solo hike would shake me loose from the rut. I was wrong. I picked a trail called Eagle Rock Loop. It's not an especially famous route, but it's known among locals and regular hikers as beautiful and rugged. It loops about 27 miles through the mountains and crosses several creeks and ridges. It's not too remote, but parts of it are rough and exposed. I'd planned to do it over 4 days, enough time to take it slow, soak it in, and camp at the good spots. I started at a small gravel parking lot just off a Forest Service road. My pack was a little heavier than I liked, probably around 42 pounds. I had enough food, a water filter, emergency kit, my tent, sleeping bag, an external battery pack, and my Garmin GPS unit. I also carried a physical map just in case. I told my brother and my friend Matt where I'd be and when I expected to be out. I even told them I'd text from a few known cell spots along the trail. The first day was perfect. Clear skies, cool breeze, not too many people on the trail. I saw maybe 4 other hikers, all going the opposite direction. We nodded, smiled, kept walking. That first night, I set up camp near a creek about 8 miles in, just past a sharp ridgeline. I could hear the water flowing while I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up through a gap in the trees at the stars. I felt peaceful for the first time in months. The second day started early. I woke up around 6:30, packed up by 7:15, and got moving. The trail climbed steadily for a couple of miles, and I stopped often to catch my breath and enjoy the views. I crossed a wide, flat area where the trees thinned out and the sun broke through. Around midday, the weather started to shift. Clouds gathered fast, and the wind picked up. I checked the Garmin for the latest forecast. It had a basic weather function tied to barometric pressure. It said there was a chance of showers overnight, maybe early morning rain. No big deal, I thought. I'd camp near one of the bigger creeks again and just hunker down if it got too wet. I made it another 6 or 7 miles that day and found a spot just off the trail, maybe 30 feet above a wide creek. The ground was dry, the slope was gentle, and there was a small rock ledge nearby where I could sit and eat. I set up camp, ate a freeze-dried meal, and crawled into my tent early. It was around 8 o'clock when I zipped the tent shut. Rain started tapping the fly around 9:30, light at first, then steady. I drifted off to sleep listening to it fall. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to a loud crack. It wasn't thunder. It sounded like something heavy breaking, maybe a tree falling. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. The rain had intensified. I checked my watch, 3:12 a.m. I unzipped the tent a little to listen. The creek sounded louder than before. I figured maybe the rain was just filling it out. I didn't think much of it then. I zipped the tent back up and tried to fall asleep again, but something was bothering me. Couldn't place it. When I woke up for good around 6:45, the rain had stopped, but the ground was soaked. My tent was damp on the inside from condensation. I got out and stretched, then walked over to the rock ledge where I'd eaten dinner the night before. What I saw made my stomach tighten. The creek below had swollen at least 2 feet. The water was brown and fast, full of debris. A few logs floated by. I looked further down and saw the remnants of a fire ring, now partially underwater. I realized that if I had camped just a little closer to the creek, I'd have been in trouble. I packed up quickly and got back on the trail, trying to shake the unease. The trail was muddy, and in places, small rivulets had carved channels through the dirt. I crossed 2 small footbridges that were slick with wet leaves and moss. Around 10 a.m., I reached a junction where the trail split, one branch heading north toward a ridge, the other bending east toward a flatter area with several creek crossings. My original plan had been to go east, but given the rain and what I saw of the creek, I hesitated. I sat on a fallen log and studied the map. The eastern route had at least 3 significant crossings. The northern path was longer and steeper but avoided most of the water. I didn't want to turn back, so I figured I'd check the first creek crossing and decide from there. The first crossing was bad. The water was waist-deep and fast. The usual stepping stones were completely submerged. I thought about trying to cross anyway, but one slip could send me tumbling. I took a long stick and poked at the water, trying to gauge depth and speed. It was too risky. I backed off and decided to double back and take the northern path. That's when the real trouble started. As I climbed the ridge, the trail got rough. The rain had eroded parts of it, and some of the switchbacks were barely visible. The mud made every step uncertain. I slipped a few times, catching myself with my hands. Around noon, the clouds returned, and a light drizzle started again. I tightened my hood and kept moving. By early afternoon, I was soaked and exhausted. I found a flat spot beneath a rock outcrop and decided to rest. I ate a granola bar, drank some filtered creek water, and checked the Garmin. The signal was weak, but the forecast now showed heavier rain overnight. I had at least 10 miles to go before I'd loop back near the trailhead. I could either press on, hoping to find a better campsite, or stay put and ride out the storm. I decided to keep going, just a few more miles, then stop. I made it maybe another 3 miles when I noticed something odd. The trail ahead looked wrong. It was too narrow, too uneven. I checked the map and my GPS and realized I'd taken a wrong turn, somewhere at the last switchback. Instead of following the main trail, I'd followed a washout path, probably carved by rain runoff. It looked like a trail but wasn't. I cursed under my breath and turned around to backtrack. That's when I saw it. The path I just walked was already eroding. The soft mud had collapsed in a few spots. If I hadn't moved fast, I could have been caught in a slide. I moved carefully, watching every step, gripping roots and rocks to steady myself. I got back to the main trail after nearly an hour. By then it was almost dusk, and the rain was getting heavier. I pushed forward another half-mile and found a small hollow between 2 ridges. It was far from ideal, damp ground, no natural windbreak, but I was too tired to go on. I set up my tent, ate another meal in silence, and crawled inside. That night, the rain never stopped. Around midnight, the wind picked up hard, making the tent walls shudder. I stayed awake, listening for anything unusual. I kept remembering that loud crack from the night before. I told myself it was just a tree, nothing more, but still I barely slept. The first light, I packed up and got moving. I wanted to be done. The trail ahead led down through a narrow gulch with a small stream. The map showed it was the last major descent before the loop curved back toward the trailhead. It was slippery, and in some places the stream had overtaken the path. I moved slow, picking careful steps, using my trekking poles to test the ground. I was about a mile into the descent when I saw the debris, a tangle of branches, logs, and mud completely blocking the trail. A fresh landslide. My heart sank. I climbed up the slope a little to try to go around it, but the ground was unstable. The entire hillside was slick with water. One bad step and I'd be sliding 50 feet into sharp rocks. I tried the other side, no better. I was boxed in. I sat down, breathing hard. The weight of everything hit me then. I was wet, cold, hungry, and trapped. Not completely, but enough that I had to make a tough decision. I could try to bushwhack my way around the slide, hoping to reconnect with the trail further down, or turn back and take the long ridge route again, adding a day to my hike. I chose the first option. I strapped my pack tighter and started climbing a line of game trail I found weaving up the slope. It was barely there, just some disturbed brush and hoof prints. I followed it for maybe half a mile before it vanished in a thicket of mountain laurel. I tried to push through, got snagged, tore my jacket, cursed. I pulled out the map again, trying to reorient myself, but nothing matched up. The GPS was glitching, bouncing my location around. I hadn't seen a blaze or marker in an hour. I was off trail. I don't know how long I kept moving, maybe 3 hours. The woods thickened, and every direction looked the same. The fog had rolled in too, making visibility worse. My boots were soaked, my feet numb. I was burning calories fast, but I was afraid to stop. Eventually, I found a dry patch under a leaning pine and sat down. I forced myself to eat. I knew panic was close. I'd read enough. It was early spring when I decided to take the hike. The air was still crisp, with a chill that hadn't quite faded from the night before. I had always found comfort in the silence of nature, the stillness that comes when you're deep in the woods, far from civilization. But this time, something was different. I had always loved hiking. There was something about the isolation, the feeling of pushing my body to the limits, that helped clear my mind. I'd done it many times before, weekend trips to the woods near home, or the occasional multi-day trek through more rugged terrains. But this hike, I wasn't planning to be out there long. Just a short 2-day trip, back before nightfall on the second day. A getaway. No one knew I was going. It was meant to be quiet, a break from everything. I was 28, still young, but starting to feel the weight of stress creep in. My job, the pressure, my relationships. All of it felt heavier the longer I ignored it. Hiking always helped me get perspective. It was just me, my thoughts, and the ground beneath me. That was all I needed. I drove out to the trailhead early, just as the sun was creeping up over the horizon, lighting the sky with soft pinks and purples. The trail I had chosen was well known, usually busy with people on weekends, but this early in the season, I expected it to be deserted. It led up to a series of ridges that offered views of the valley below, perfect for clearing my head. I parked my car, gathered my gear, and checked my map one last time. I'd be following the main trail up through a thick pine forest, then branching off onto a smaller, less traveled path that would loop around a ridge. The whole route was about 20 miles in total. A solid hike, but nothing crazy. It started easy enough. The trail was well marked, wide enough to allow me to stride comfortably. I could hear the sound of my boots crunching against the dry leaves and pine needles beneath my feet. The air was cold, but the sweat from my backpack warming my back kept me moving. It wasn't the toughest trail I'd ever been on, but it wasn't exactly a walk in the park either. As I moved deeper into the woods, the sounds of the outside world faded away. The hum of the highway that had been present at the start of the trail disappeared completely, and the only sounds were the occasional bird calling in the trees, the rustling of the wind through the branches, and the crunch of my footsteps. It was peaceful. After a couple of hours, I reached the first major landmark, a small creek that ran across the trail. The water was cold and clear, gurgling as it flowed over rocks. I stopped for a moment to refill my water bottle and rest. There was a sharp bend in the trail just ahead, where the path rose steeply for a bit, so I knew I'd be climbing soon. I took a deep breath, adjusted my pack, and pushed on. The trail climbed slowly, gaining elevation as it snaked through the trees. The higher I went, the thicker the forest became. The pines towered overhead, casting long shadows across the trail. The temperature dropped, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me, glad I'd packed for the chill. Despite the cool air, I was working up a sweat, my legs burning as the incline steepened. It wasn't long before I found the junction where I was supposed to leave the main trail and follow a smaller, lesser-known path around the ridge. This was the part one had been looking forward to, the solitude, the sense that I was truly alone in the wilderness. The sign marking the junction was small, half hidden behind a thicket of bushes. It didn't look like it was used often. No one else seemed to have been through here for a while. The overgrowth along the path was thick, and the trail was barely visible underfoot, but I pressed on, knowing the way. For the next few miles, the trail became more rugged, less defined. I had to pick my way carefully around rocks, roots, and fallen branches. The forest around me seemed to grow denser, the trees taller and closer together. The air grew quieter too, like the woods were holding their breath. I paused every so often to check the map, ensuring I was still on track, but everything seemed fine. By the time I reached the ridge, the sun was starting to dip low in the sky, casting the trees in golden light. I had just enough time to reach the campsite before dark, so I pushed ahead. The view from the ridge was breathtaking. Below me, the valley stretched out, dotted with lakes and streams. I stood there for a moment, taking it all in. It was exactly what I had come for. I continued along the ridge, searching for a good place to set up camp. There was a small clearing up ahead, and I decided it would do. I had planned on camping out under the stars, with no tent to limit my view of the sky. As I set up my campfire and prepared my meal, I felt a sense of satisfaction. This was exactly what I needed. Night fell quickly, and with it came an eerie quiet. I had expected the usual sounds of the forest, the distant calls of animals, the rustling of leaves, but there was nothing. It was as if the whole forest had gone completely still. I couldn't explain it, but I felt uneasy. Maybe it was the isolation, or the fact that I hadn't seen anyone else on the trail all day. But the longer I sat by the fire, the more that nagging feeling crept in, like I was being watched. I shook it off, told myself it was just the dark playing tricks on me, but it didn't help. I stayed up late, staring into the flames, trying to calm myself. The fire was the only thing keeping the darkness at bay. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I crawled into my sleeping bag. The last thing I remember before falling asleep was the odd silence of the woods around me. It was early October when I decided to take a break from everything. The stress of work had piled up, and I needed some time away from the city, away from everything. I hadn't been on a real hiking trip in a while, so I packed my gear, just the basics. A tent, sleeping bag, food, a map, and a water filter, and headed out to a quiet, less-known trail deep in the woods of the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia. I'd heard about the trail from an old friend who was into hiking, though they warned me it wasn't for beginners. The path wasn't marked well, and it was known for being a little isolated. But that's exactly what I wanted. Peace and quiet, surrounded by nothing but nature. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, not that it mattered much. My phone didn't have much service out there anyway. I liked that. There's something calming about being out of touch with the world for a while. It's like pressing a reset button in your mind. I arrived at the trailhead around mid-morning. The air was cool, and the trees were starting to turn shades of yellow and orange. The sun was bright, but there was a crispness to the air that hinted at the coming of winter. I took a deep breath and tightened the straps of my backpack. It was going to be a long day. The first couple of miles were easy. The path was wide, well-worn, and easy to follow. The sound of leaves crunching beneath my boots and the occasional chirp of birds was the only noise I could hear. I felt good, energized, like the stress of the city was slowly lifting off my shoulders. But the further I went, the less well-defined the trail became. It started to twist and turn, and before long, I realized I wasn't sure which direction I was going. The map didn't seem to help much either. There was something strange about this trail that made it hard to pinpoint exactly where I was, even with the landmarks I thought I recognized. I stopped to pull out my map and compass, trying to get my bearings, but the trees all looked the same. Thick, dense forest with no real distinguishing features. There was no sign of any other hikers either. In fact, I hadn't seen anyone since I started the hike. A little uneasy, I decided to press on. Maybe I had gotten off track, but I wasn't going to turn back now. I come this far, but as I kept walking, the feeling of isolation grew. The forest felt quiet, too quiet. The usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves seemed to have faded away. It was as if the forest had swallowed every noise. Around late afternoon, I found myself at a small clearing. The trees had opened up to reveal a small, overgrown cabin. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. The wood was weathered and decayed, with moss and vines crawling up the sides. There was no sign of any recent activity, no vehicles or footprints leading to the place. I walked closer, curious but cautious. I wasn't sure why I felt so drawn to the cabin, but something about it was off. The door was slightly ajar, hanging loosely on its hinges. I stood there for a while, debating whether to check it out or just keep moving. Part of me wanted to know what was inside, but the other part of me felt that familiar sense of unease, like there was something wrong about being there. Against my better judgment, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air was musty, thick with dust. There was a faint smell of mildew, and the floorboards creaked beneath my feet. The room was empty, save for a few pieces of broken furniture and old newspapers scattered across the floor. I walked further into the cabin, my boots scraping against the worn wooden floor. The windows were covered with layers of dirt, making it hard to see outside. It felt like the place hadn't been touched in years. But then I noticed something strange. On one of the walls, there was a series of scratches, deep gouges that looked like they'd been made by something sharp. They ran across the entire length of the wall, and there was no mistaking it. This wasn't wear and tear from age. These were recent. My heart started to race as I examined the scratches. They seemed almost deliberate, and they didn't make sense. It was as if something or someone had been trapped in here, clawing their way out. I quickly turned around, my eyes darting to every corner of the room. But there was no one there. The only sound was the beating of my own heart in my chest. I backed out of the cabin slowly, my senses on high alert. It felt like I wasn't alone, but I couldn't tell why. Maybe it was just my imagination, but the whole place felt wrong, like it had a history I didn't want to know about. When I stepped outside, I looked around the clearing again. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows over the land. The woods around me seemed darker, more oppressive, and the light from the fading sun barely reached through the thick canopy above. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. It was getting late, and I needed to find a place to set up camp. I retraced my steps, trying to remember the path I had come from. But the woods were disorienting, and the trees all started to look the same. After what felt like hours of walking in circles, I realized I had no idea where I was. I had wandered off the trail, and now I couldn't find my way back. Panic started to creep in. I had to stop and think. I found a large boulder to sit on, pulled out my map, and tried to figure out my location. But the more I stared at the map, the less sense it made. The landmarks didn't match up with what I was seeing around me. I had no idea where I was. The woods seemed endless, and the feeling of isolation was overwhelming. Night fell quickly, and with it, the temperature dropped. I started to feel the chill in the air as darkness settled in. I couldn't see anything beyond a few feet in front of me, and the silence was deafening. It was the kind of silence that made you feel like you were being watched, like something was lurking just out of sight. I pulled out my flashlight and tried to orient myself with the faint beam of light. The woods were closing in on me, and the weight of the silence pressed down harder with each passing minute. I started walking again, hoping to find some sign of the trail or maybe another hiker. But as I walked, I realized the woods had changed. They didn't look the same as they did earlier in the day. The trees were taller now, darker. The underbrush was thick, and the ground felt uneven, like I was walking through an old, forgotten part of the forest. And then I heard it. A sound, faint at first, but growing louder. A rustling in the trees. It wasn't the wind, I could tell that much. It was something else. Something moving. I froze. My heart raced as I stood there in the dark, trying to make sense of what I had just heard. The sound came again, closer this time. It was like something or someone was following me. I turned around quickly, shining my flashlight behind me, but there was nothing, just the dark trees and the empty, shadowy space. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was definitely out there. I started walking faster, almost running, but every time I stopped, I heard the rustling again. It was getting closer. I was being followed. I sprinted through the forest, my breath coming in sharp gasps as I tripped over roots and branches. My flashlight flickered, and the light grew dimmer. I stumbled, my foot catching on something, and I fell hard to the ground. My chest felt tight as I tried to get up, but the feeling of being pursued was overwhelming. I could hear footsteps now, real, heavy footsteps behind me. They were getting closer, closer. I scrambled to my feet and ran faster, my legs burning with exhaustion. The rustling behind me grew louder, and my mind was screaming for me to keep moving. I wasn't sure what was following me, but I knew I had to get away. Eventually, I broke through the trees and stumbled into a clearing. There was no sign of anything behind me anymore. I stood there, panting, my heart hammering in my chest. The clearing was quiet now, and the rustling had stopped. I didn't dare turn around. I had no idea what had been chasing me, but I was sure it wasn't human. I set up camp in the clearing, making sure to keep my fire burning bright. I stayed up the whole night, my senses on high alert, listening to every sound, every snap of a twig, but nothing came. The woods remained silent, as if nothing had happened. By morning, I packed up my things and left the clearing, not looking back. I didn't care if I was lost anymore. I just wanted to get out of those woods. The feeling of being followed lingered in my mind as I hiked out of the forest, and I didn't stop until I reached the trailhead. When I finally saw my car parked at the edge of the woods, I felt a strange sense of relief. I drove back home that day, but the memory of the woods stayed with me. The isolation, the feeling of being watched. I'd never been so scared in my life, and though I'll never know what was following me or what I felt in those woods, one thing's for sure, I'll never hike that trail again. Some places are better left unexplored. The day started like any other summer morning. I was 32, a little more used to the outdoors than most of my friends, but not exactly a survivalist. It was mid-July in the mountains of Colorado, and I had decided to take on a solo hiking trip. My plan was to climb a little-known trail that wound up the side of Mount Blanca, a peak I'd heard about but never quite had the guts to tackle. I had some experience, but I wasn't fooling myself into thinking this would be a cakewalk. I knew it was going to be tough. I was staying in a cabin just outside of Alamosa, a small, quiet town surrounded by some of the most stunning natural beauty you can imagine. The night before, I sat outside under a thick blanket of stars, the kind you can only see in places where the light pollution doesn't drown out the sky. I had come to these mountains to escape everything: stress, work, people. Just me and the wilderness. I packed my bag carefully. A couple of sandwiches, enough water to get me through, a first aid kit, and my trusted map. I wasn't planning on going too far. Just a quick hike up to one of the mountain ridges and back. It wasn't until I stood at the trailhead, adjusting the straps on my pack, that I realized how alone I truly was. There was no one else around. No cars, no hikers, just me and the trail. The first couple of hours were uneventful. The trail was easy to follow, and I moved steadily, enjoying the crisp air and the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. The ground beneath me was rocky, and the air was thin, but nothing out of the ordinary for the Rockies. I passed through meadows of wildflowers, the bright colors standing out against the green of the grass. The further I went, the less I heard any signs of life, which was both peaceful and unsettling. It felt like the forest was holding its breath. By midday, I had reached a part of the trail that was steeper, more rugged. I paused, taking a break and sitting on a large flat rock. The sun was beating down hard, and I knew I needed to be cautious. In these kinds of environments, it's easy to lose track of time, and I didn't want to get caught out here too late. I took a sip from my water bottle and wiped the sweat off my brow. Then something caught my eye. Off to my left, there was a narrow path that veered away from the main trail. It wasn't marked, and at first I thought it was just a deer track or some other animal trail. But curiosity gnawed at me. I knew the main trail up to the ridge, but I had never seen this other path before. It looked like it could loop around and meet up with the trail farther up. I stood up and, without much thought, decided to take a look. I figured it would be a short detour. My pack was heavy on my back, but I shrugged it off and began walking down the narrow path. The woods grew denser here, the trees taller, their branches stretching high above, blocking out much of the sun. The trail started to descend, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The air seemed thicker now, harder to breathe. I wasn't sure if it was the altitude or if something about this path was just different. I pushed on, telling myself it was nothing. Still, something about the silence felt off. It wasn't like before, when the wind rustled through the trees. This was absolute quiet. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing, nothing, just stillness. After about 20 minutes, the trail opened up into a small clearing. At the center, there was a large boulder with strange markings on it, almost like symbols carved into its surface. The rocks here seemed older, more worn down by time. The ground beneath my boots was soft and springy, almost like moss. A sudden chill ran down my spine, and I tried to shake it off. I wasn't some scared kid who was going to let the unknown get to me. I knelt down to get a closer look at the markings on the boulder. The symbols weren't anything I recognized, but they seemed deliberate. As I touched the stone, a strange sensation hit me. It wasn't physical, just this overwhelming, gnawing feeling of unease. It felt as if the world had slowed down, as if time itself had stopped for a moment. Without thinking, I stood up and began walking back the way I came. It wasn't until I looked over my shoulder that I realized I had no idea where the path had gone. The dense trees had closed in behind me, and the narrow trail that I had followed down seemed to have disappeared entirely. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to collect myself. No, I told myself, you're not lost. You just need to stay calm. I pulled out my map, but the clearing I was in didn't match anything on it. I looked around, trying to find a point of reference, but the trees all looked the same. The sun had dipped lower in the sky, and I realized that I was no longer sure of the direction I had come from. The peaceful, serene trail had turned into a maze of unfamiliar trees and shadows. The wind had picked up, the trees creaking and groaning in the breeze. I turned around and began walking again, but the terrain had changed. The once gentle slope had become steeper, and I had to concentrate on my footing to keep from slipping. With each step, the path grew less and less distinct. It was as if the forest was shifting, moving the ground beneath my feet. I could feel the weight of the air growing heavier with each breath I took. Then I heard it, a low, rumbling sound, like a distant growl, echoing through the trees. My heart raced. I told myself it was just an animal, but the sound was too close, too deliberate. I quickened my pace, but every time I looked over my shoulder, the forest seemed more dense. The shadows stretched longer, and the trees loomed taller. I reached the edge of a small ravine, the drop steep and jagged. I knew I had to be careful or I could easily end up at the bottom, hurt or worse. But the growl came again, closer this time, and I felt a deep primal fear creep into my bones. It wasn't just an animal. Something was wrong. Panic surged through me as I scrambled down the side of the ravine. My hands were slick with sweat as I clung to rocks and roots, trying to make my way back to the main trail. I could still hear that growl, and it was unmistakably getting closer. I pushed forward, my legs trembling from exhaustion, my chest tight with fear. The only thing that kept me going was the thought that I couldn't afford to stop. Not now, not here. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw the trail again. It was faint, but it was there. I ran toward it, every part of me screaming for safety. My legs burned, my chest heaving with each breath. As I stumbled back onto the main trail, the growl stopped. The oppressive silence returned. I didn't stop to look back, and I didn't slow down until I reached the cabin. I collapsed on the porch, gasping for air, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what had happened back there, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never, ever take an unmarked path again. It was early spring in the Pacific Northwest, the kind of weather that teases you with sunlight but still hides a chill beneath the breeze. I was 28 at the time, living in a small town near the foothills of the Cascade Mountains. I loved to hike. It was my way of getting away from the noise of life, even if it was only for a few hours. I had taken some time off from work, needing a break from the daily grind. The mountains were calling. I had been looking at trails for weeks, planning a solo hike to clear my mind. I wasn't worried about being alone. In fact, I preferred it. Most people wouldn't understand why I wanted to get out into the wilderness by myself, but I didn't mind. I felt a certain peace out there, away from everything. I picked a trail that wasn't too far from town, about a 4-hour hike, round trip. It wasn't one of the busiest routes, but it wasn't exactly unknown either. It ran through dense forest, crossing a few small streams and offering some great views of the valley below. I had hiked this trail once before, but it was years ago, and I had forgotten the little details that make it so memorable. I packed light, just the essentials: water, some snacks, a small first aid kit, and a jacket for when the temperatures dropped. I had learned the hard way that even springtime in the mountains could turn cold quickly, especially when the sun disappeared behind the trees. It didn't seem like it would be a difficult hike, but I knew better than to underestimate the mountains. The first hour was smooth. The trail was easy to follow, well-maintained, and clearly marked. The sounds of the forest were calming: the rustling of leaves in the wind, the occasional chirp of birds, the soft trickle of water in the streams. The air was fresh, earthy, and smelled like wet moss. I breathed it in, feeling the weight of the world lifting off my shoulders. The second hour was when things started to feel off. The trail narrowed, the trees growing thicker on both sides. The sunlight was less frequent, and the shadows felt deeper. There was an unsettling stillness in the air, a quiet that didn't seem natural. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but the silence grew heavier with each step. No birds, no wind, no rustling of leaves. Just the faint sound of my footsteps on the dirt path. I paused and looked around, trying to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. The trees around me were tall, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching out like fingers. There was something about the place that felt ancient, as if the forest itself was alive and watching me. Shaking my head, I pushed forward. It was just my mind playing tricks. I had been alone for hours now, and I was probably just starting to feel the isolation. I moved on, but something was different. The trail had started to wind in strange ways. The path that once seemed straightforward now twisted in unexpected directions. I checked my map again. I had been following the markers, but now I wasn't so sure. The last time I checked, I had passed a fork in the trail, but now it felt like I had missed something. I stopped, taking a deep breath, and tried to steady myself. Maybe I had taken a wrong turn, but I didn't remember anything unusual. The map seemed fine, and I knew I hadn't gone off course, at least not intentionally. Still, the unsettling feeling lingered. I glanced around. The trees were so dense now that the sun barely made it through the canopy. It was as if the forest was closing in on me. I decided to keep moving, but I slowed down, more cautious now. The further I went, the more I began to feel like I was being watched. I couldn't explain it. It was just a sense of being observed, like there was something lurking in the shadows. About an hour later, I came across something unexpected. It was an old cabin. The wood was weathered and rotting, its roof sagging with age. There was no sign of life, but it seemed odd, out of place. I had no memory of there being a cabin on this trail, and I wondered if it was an abandoned hunting lodge or something similar. I was curious, but didn't feel like poking around too much. Instead, I snapped a quick photo and decided to keep moving. As I turned to leave, I noticed something strange. A set of footprints. They were fresh, too fresh. I knelt down and examined them. They were wide, heavy, and appeared to be from a large boot, maybe a hiking boot or something else. But what was odd was that they didn't seem to lead anywhere. They started and ended in the middle of the trail, like whoever had made them had just appeared out of nowhere. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I looked around again, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees. But no one did. The forest was quiet, eerily quiet. I had a sudden urge to turn back, but I didn't. Instead, I convinced myself that it was nothing, just some weird coincidence. I continued on, but now the trail seemed even more confusing. I hadn't noticed before, but the landscape was changing. The forest was no longer familiar. The trees had become darker, the underbrush thicker. The path itself seemed to grow narrower and less defined. By the time I reached the third hour of my hike, I was starting to panic. I had passed the same rock formation twice, and I kept seeing the same trees over and over again. The trail had become a maze, twisting and turning in ways I couldn't make sense of. I tried to stay calm, telling myself that I was just tired, that I needed to rest and think it through. But when I sat down to catch my breath, I noticed something strange in the dirt near where I had stopped. It was a small, carved symbol. At first, I thought it was just a random mark, something from a tree branch or a fallen log. But as I looked closer, I realized that it was deliberate, an etching of some sort. It was simple, but it looked like a face, 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. I quickly stood up, my heart pounding in my chest. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something about the symbol felt wrong. It wasn't just random, it was intentional, and it had been placed here for a reason. I was no longer thinking about the hike or the forest or the view. I was thinking only about getting out. I pulled out my map again, but it was no use. The trail no longer made sense. I was lost, completely and utterly lost. As the day dragged on, the shadows grew longer, and the air grew colder. I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The woods were closing in on me, and the weight of the silence was suffocating. I couldn't stop moving. I didn't want to stop moving. By the time the sun began to set, I was exhausted, disoriented, and still no closer to finding my way back. The darkness of the forest seemed to swallow me whole. I stumbled over roots, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of the trail. Every step felt like I was walking in circles. Then I heard something, a faint rustling in the trees. I froze, my blood running cold. I wasn't alone anymore. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, listening. The rustling grew louder, closer. It wasn't the wind. It was something else, something moving in the woods. I could hear branches breaking, leaves crunching underfoot. My heart pounded in my chest, and I took off running. I didn't care where I was going anymore. I just had to get away. I ran as fast as I could, my breath ragged, the sound of my footsteps echoing in my ears. Eventually, I came to a clearing. I was panting, dizzy from running, but I could see the light fading in the distance. The last remnants of the sun were setting, casting long shadows over the land. I stumbled toward the light, my legs trembling with exhaustion. And then, just as quickly as it had started, I found the trail. It was familiar, the markers clear. I had made it. I wasn't sure how long I had been lost or how I had ended up in that strange part of the woods. But I knew one thing for certain: I would never come back here again. When I finally reached the trailhead, I felt a deep relief wash over me. I was out. I was safe. And I would never forget the eerie feeling of those woods, the strange symbol in the dirt, and the presence that seemed to follow me the whole way. I made it home that night, shaking, but I was back, and I was done with the mountains for a while. I was 34 when I decided to do something I hadn't done in years: hike alone. Not just any short hike either. I wanted something long, difficult, and quiet. I had spent the last 7 years juggling work, 2 kids, and what felt like nonstop noise. Between phones ringing, kids crying, and back-to-back emails, I just about had enough. I needed stillness. So I took a week off work, told my wife I needed 3 days out in the woods, and started planning. I picked a spot I remembered from my younger years: Chattahoochee National Forest in northern Georgia. I had hiked part of the Ridge Trail when I was 21, back when I had the kind of energy that made you feel invincible. I remembered the long winding trails, sharp inclines, and the sort of deep forest where you could walk for miles and never hear another voice. That was what I wanted. I spent 2 days preparing. I packed my old 65-liter pack with all the essentials: tent, sleeping bag, dehydrated meals, first aid kit, a life straw, extra clothes, a rain poncho, bear spray, satellite phone, map, and compass. I checked and double-checked everything. I was rusty, sure, but I wasn't careless. I left my truck at the Benton trailhead on a warm Tuesday morning in late October. The air was crisp, leaves had just started turning that deep orange and red, and there was that dry, papery smell in the air that only comes in fall. The sun was out, but not high yet. I had a solid 10 hours of daylight ahead of me. My goal was to hike about 15 miles in and make camp near a stream I remembered from my younger days. Day 2 would be another 15 or so, taking me up onto a high ridge that ran above a deep ravine. The last day, I'd loop back around and come down a different trail to meet the road, about 5 miles from where I started. I'd hike the road or hitch a ride the last bit. Nothing fancy. The first day went smooth. The trail was just as I remembered: leafy, quiet, with the occasional squirrel or deer crossing my path. I passed only one person, an older man coming down the trail with a walking stick and a wide-brim hat. We nodded. That was it. By noon, I had reached a small clearing with some flat ground near the stream. I set up my tent, filtered some water, boiled it, made myself a bag of beef stroganoff, and sat with my back against a tree as the sun started to lower. Felt good. No cars, no voices, just the woods. That night, the wind picked up. I remember waking around 2 a.m. because the wind made the tent flap and whistle. Leaves scratched against the nylon and something thumped nearby, probably a branch falling. I sat up, clicked on my headlamp, and listened for anything big. Bears, maybe. But after a while, it was clear it was just the wind. I fell back asleep. Day 2 started fine. I packed up early, ate some trail mix and jerky, and started moving again. The trail gradually started to incline. The higher I went, the more exposed it got. Trees were thinner, wind stronger. Around noon, clouds rolled in. Not thick storm clouds, but a dull gray sheet that took the warmth out of the air. I didn't think much of it. The trouble started around mile 25. I was higher up now, following the ridge. The path had narrowed to barely 3 feet across in some spots, with steep drop-offs on one side and thick brush on the other. This was the part one hadn't done before, the upper loop. I had always turned back before reaching it in the past. I was relying on a map I printed from an online hikers forum, which I'll admit now was kind of sketchy. I didn't have an official Forest Service map of this loop. Those were out of print for this section, apparently. I pushed on. The ground was getting rockier, footing less certain. About an hour later, the wind really started picking up. I stopped and checked my GPS. I was still on trail according to the track I had loaded, but I didn't like how exposed I was getting. My goal had been to make it to a saddle between two ridges where an old fire lookout had once stood. There was flat ground there and some shelter from the wind, but clouds were thickening, and my gut was telling me I might not make it before dark. Around 3 p.m., the trail just vanished. I took a few steps forward and stopped. In front of me, there was no clear path anymore, just rocks, brush, and some narrow deer tracks. I backtracked 20 feet, looked again, thinking I must have missed a bend. I checked the GPS, still on trail, but I knew something was off. The ridge dropped off hard to my left, hundreds of feet down, and the brush was too thick to push through on the right. I was funneled. I made the mistake of trying to feel it out. Instead of turning back immediately and retracing my steps, I convinced myself I just needed to find where the trail picked back up. I inched forward, scanning the ground for signs. Worn dirt, boot prints, broken twigs. After 10 minutes, I found a faint trail again. Relieved, I kept going. That's when I slipped. The edge was looser than I thought, covered in dry leaves, loose rocks. My foot caught something, and I went down hard. I didn't tumble, but I slid on my side about 15 feet before grabbing onto a thin pine sapling and stopping myself. My leg throbbed. I lay there for a while, catching my breath. My right knee was scraped, maybe bruised, but nothing felt broken. I climbed back up, slower this time. I should have turned back then. I didn't. I told myself I was close to the saddle. I had maybe an hour of daylight left, and I was sure I'd be able to set up camp soon. I pressed on. 20 minutes later, the trail vanished again, this time for real. There was no sign of any worn ground, no markers, nothing. The GPS signal was getting weak, and my map was no help. It showed me as being on trail, but the ground in front of me was just a tangled mess of low pine and scrub. The ridge was too narrow to bushwhack through, and going back seemed more dangerous with the way the wind had picked up. So I did something I regret to this day. I dropped down. I left the ridge trail, or what I thought was the trail, and started going down the side of the ridge into the forested valley below. I figured if I lost elevation, I'd get out of the wind and maybe intersect another trail. My compass showed south, and I knew the road I had planned to end on was south of the loop. I figured I could aim for that, but that slope was steeper than I'd thought. Within minutes, I was grabbing at branches to steady myself. Loose rocks gave way under my boots. My pack threw off my balance. I slipped again, falling hard onto my side. This time, I hit my hip and rolled a few feet before catching on a downed log. I stayed there, breathing hard, staring up at the trees. It was quiet, too quiet. My heart pounded. I checked my limbs, still okay. Sore, but nothing broken. I kept going. By the time I hit the bottom of the ravine, it was almost dark. The sun was gone, and a thick fog had settled in the trees. I could see maybe 20 feet ahead. The ground was wet. Everything smelled like damp leaves and soil. I needed to set up camp. I found a flat patch near a dry creek bed, cleared it of sticks and leaves, and got my tent up with shaking hands. My hip ached. My knee was swollen. I cooked another dehydrated meal, barely ate half of it, and crawled into my bag. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept hearing things. Not animals, not the wind. Branches cracking, leaves crunching, something moving out there, but not coming close, just circling. I stayed quiet, eyes wide open, knife gripped in my hand inside my sleeping bag. Sometime past midnight, I heard what sounded like a whistle. Not a bird, person. 2 short bursts, far off. Then silence. I lay there until sunrise, not moving. When light came, I packed up fast. No breakfast, no coffee. I just needed to move. I followed the dry creek, figuring it might eventually lead to a larger stream or river, and from there maybe a trail or forest road. Hours passed. I slipped more than once. My knee hurt worse. My compass kept pointing south, and I stuck to it. Around noon, I ran into trouble again. The creek ended in a drop-off, a small cliff maybe 20 feet high, down into a muddy bog. No clear way around it. I tried going left, thick brambles. Right, same. I ended up having to lower myself down using a fallen tree as a makeshift ladder. I dropped the last 6 feet and landed hard. My ankle twisted. Sharp pain shot up my leg. I screamed. Birds scattered. I lay there in the mud, biting my lip, hands shaking. My ankle was bad. I could move it, but putting weight on it was almost impossible. I was stuck. The sun was out now, but it felt cold. I took off my pack, dug out my satellite phone, and turned it on. No signal. I tried again. Waited. Still nothing. I sat there in the mud for what felt like an hour. Eventually, I wrapped my ankle, used my trekking pole as a crutch, and started hobbling. Slow, painful steps. I was sweating despite the chill. Late afternoon, I finally heard something that made my chest ache with relief. An engine. It was faint, far off, maybe a mile. I turned toward it, pushing through the trees. It was late September of 2016 when I decided to take a solo hiking trip through the wilderness of northern Utah, not too far from Logan. I was 29 at the time, single, and between jobs. I'd worked in IT for almost 6 years, but the burnout had hit me hard. I'd left my job in August and planned to spend the fall clearing my head. I'd always loved hiking, but most of my experience was in the Midwest, Indiana and Ohio mostly, where the terrain wasn't too difficult and there was no real chance of getting seriously lost or hurt unless you did something really dumb. I'd been eyeing a trail system up in the Bear River Range for months. There was one trail in particular, Ridge Trail number 007, that ran along the high spine of the mountains. I'd read that the views were incredible and that it was lightly trafficked after Labor Day. That sounded perfect to me. I didn't want crowds. I didn't want noise. I just wanted to be alone in the woods with the crunch of dirt and leaves under my boots. The plan was simple. I'd park at the Tony Grove trailhead, hike up to the ridge, and follow the trail north for 3 days, camping along the way. Then I'd loop back using a connector trail to return to my truck. I had a paper map, a GPS unit, a small satellite communicator, and more than enough food and gear. I wasn't new to backpacking. I'd done trips lasting up to 5 days before, though not in this type of terrain. I trained for this for weeks, hiking with a loaded pack, climbing stairs, doing cardio. I thought I was ready. I started the hike on a Tuesday morning. The sky was clear and the air crisp. It was about 45 degrees when I left the parking lot, but I knew it would warm up once I started moving. The first few miles were easy, winding through thick pine forests with golden aspen leaves fluttering down like confetti. I didn't see another person all morning. The air smelled clean, like sap and dry leaves. I felt good, really good. By noon, I'd climbed most of the way up to the ridge. The trail was steep in places but manageable. My legs burned a little, but nothing I couldn't handle. I stopped at a small outcrop and ate lunch while staring out at the mountains stretching off into the distance. I could see Idaho from up there, just endless ridges and valleys with not a building in sight. It was quiet, the kind of quiet you only get deep in the wilderness. I sat there for nearly 30 minutes before moving on. That first night, I camped in a saddle between 2 peaks. There was a flat patch of ground just off the trail with a good windbreak and some tree cover. I set up my tent, boiled water for dinner, and ate watching the sunset. I felt completely alone, but in a good way. I crawled into my sleeping bag and fell asleep quickly, lulled by the cold air and the faint rustling of leaves outside the tent. The second day started off well. I continued north along the ridge, occasionally dropping down into shallow valleys before climbing back up. I saw a few deer and a pair of hawks circling above, but still no people. Around mid-afternoon, the trail started to get rougher. Parts of it were washed out, and there were sections where the trail was nothing more than a faint path marked by occasional cairns. The wind picked up too, and dark clouds started gathering in the west. I checked the forecast on my satellite device. No rain was expected, but out here, things changed fast. I decided to push a bit further before setting up camp, hoping to find a more sheltered spot lower down. That might have been a mistake. The trail dropped steeply into a heavily wooded basin, and by the time I found a flat enough area to pitch my tent, it was nearly dark. I'd hiked almost 14 miles that day, and my knees were screaming. I ate a cold dinner, crawled into my sleeping bag, and passed out. It started raining around 2 a.m. Just a light drizzle at first, then harder. The wind howled through the trees, bending them so hard I could hear them creaking. I barely slept. The temperature dropped into the 30s, and even inside my bag, I was cold. When the rain finally stopped just before dawn, everything was soaked. My boots, my pack, even parts of the inside of the tent. I should have picked a better spot. I packed up and got moving early, hoping to warm up. That day was hard. The trail was muddy and slick, and I had to keep climbing and descending. I twisted my ankle once, not badly, but enough to slow me down. I took more breaks than I wanted to, and my water supply started to get low. I'd been filtering from streams, but up on the ridge, there weren't many. I passed a few small snow patches and even melted some just to top off. By late afternoon, I realized I was off course. The trail had vanished into a mess of fallen trees and undergrowth, and when I checked my GPS, I saw I'd gone nearly a mile in the wrong direction. I tried to bushwhack back toward the trail, but the ground was steep and covered in loose rock. At one point, I slipped and landed hard on my side. My ribs hurt like hell. I thought I might have cracked one, but I could still breathe okay. I kept going, slow and careful. It took me almost 2 hours to get back on track. When I did, I was exhausted. I found a flat ledge with just enough room for my tent and set up for the night. I didn't even eat dinner. I just drank some water, took a couple ibuprofen, and crawled into my bag. My ribs ached with every movement. I lay there in the dark, staring at the tent ceiling, listening to the wind. I felt far away from everything. Too far. The next morning, I checked my GPS and the paper map. I was about 13 miles from the Loop Connector Trail. My original plan had me reaching that point by midday on the third day, but I was behind schedule. Still, I thought I could make it if I pushed. I repacked everything, cinched my boots tight, and started hiking. The trail climbed again, winding up a steep ridge with loose gravel and exposed ledges. I had to stop often, not just from fatigue, but to rest my ribs. Breathing hard made them throb. Around noon, I made it to the highest point of the trail, a rocky spine with views in all directions. I could see storm clouds building again, dark and heavy. I didn't want to get caught up there during a storm. I started down the other side, moving as fast as I could without slipping. That's when everything went sideways. There was a narrow section of trail, barely 2 feet wide, with a steep drop on one side and a loose slope on the other. The ground looked solid, but as I stepped onto it, the dirt crumbled under my boot. My foot slid out and I fell sideways, landing hard on my right shoulder and sliding several feet before catching myself on a tree root. My pack had shifted and thrown me off balance. I sat there for a minute, heart pounding, checking myself. My shoulder hurt bad, but I could move it, probably just bruised. My ribs were on fire. I got up slowly, dusted myself off, and kept moving. Not even 15 minutes later, I ran into the real problem. The trail had been completely wiped out by a landslide. I stood there staring at a 30-foot gap where the path used to be. The slope was too steep to go around it above, and below was just a steep drop covered in scree. I walked back and forth, looking for a way across, but there was nothing. I checked the map. No alternate route. I'd have to backtrack nearly 4 miles to a junction and take another trail down into the valley, adding at least a day to my trip. That was the moment I started to feel real fear. Not panic, yet, but the slow creeping dread of knowing things were going wrong faster than I could fix them. My ribs hurt, my shoulder hurt, my feet were blistered, and my water supply was low again. I knew I couldn't sleep up here another night with another storm coming. I decided to go back to that junction trail. I'd take it down into the valley and try to follow the river out to a road. The problem was, I didn't make it back to the junction before dark. I got close, but not close enough. I had to camp again, this time on a narrow patch of ground right next to the trail. It wasn't flat, and I kept sliding in my sleeping bag all night. Couldn't get warm. I barely slept. The next morning, the temperature had dropped even more. Frost coated the tent. I packed up stiff and shivering, forcing myself to eat a granola bar just to get some energy. I reached the junction trail around 9 a.m. and started heading down. It was steeper than I remembered from the map, dropping fast through thick woods. My GPS showed a stream about 4 miles down, and I told myself I'd rest there, refill my water, and regroup. But that stream was dry. I stood there staring at the dusty creek bed, trying not to panic. My throat was already dry. I only had half a liter left, and I had no idea how far it was to the next water source. I sat down and checked the map again. There was a larger river about 6 miles further, but that meant hiking through rugged terrain with no guarantee of flat ground to camp on. I didn't have a choice. I hiked for hours, pushing myself harder than I should have. The trail was overgrown in places, blocked by deadfall in others. My legs were covered in scratches, my clothes torn. I kept looking for water, for any sign of it, but the ground was dry. Around mid-afternoon, my legs gave out. I fell to my knees and just stayed there, breathing hard. I felt dizzy, weak. I knew the signs of dehydration. I'd been drinking. Back in the summer of 2017, I took time off work after a pretty rough stretch of personal stuff. Mostly burnout and a breakup that had dragged on too long. I was 32, living in Kansas City, and I just needed to be away from everything. My boss was understanding and let me take 2 weeks off, so I decided to do something I hadn't done in years. Hike. Alone. I used to hike a lot in college back when I lived in Colorado. It was the only time I ever really felt quiet inside. Not peaceful necessarily, just quiet. So I figured a good solo trip would do me some good. After looking at a few maps and guides, I decided on a ridge trail that ran through the western edge of the Ozark National Forest in Arkansas. It wasn't too popular but still well maintained, and it looped over a few days if you did the whole thing. About 40 miles in total. The trail was called Hollow Ridge Loop. It had a bit of a reputation for being tough, not in the technical sense, but because it was long, remote, and didn't have a lot of bailout points once you got deep in. That's what I liked about it. I didn't want to see people. I didn't want phone service. I just wanted to walk and be tired. I packed enough food for 5 days. Lightweight stuff, dehydrated meals, nuts, jerky. I brought a water filter, a stove, a small tent, a map I printed out and laminated, and a backup compass even though I had GPS on my phone. I also kept a small first aid kit and a personal locator beacon in case things got bad. I wasn't stupid, just tired. I parked my car at the southern trailhead near a small gravel lot tucked in behind a gated service road. The weather was humid and warm, low 80s, with the kind of thick air that clung to you the moment you stepped out. I locked up, hoisted my pack, and started walking. The first day was uneventful, mostly gentle elevation gain, winding through thick woods with tall hickories and oaks overhead. The trail was narrow but easy to follow. Red blazes painted on the trees every so often. A few muddy patches from recent rain, but nothing unmanageable. I didn't see anyone all day, which was exactly what I hoped for. I made camp by a small creek that night. Bugs were loud, but the tent kept them out. I boiled some water, ate my meal, and sat in the dark listening to the frogs and the occasional snap of branches in the woods. Probably raccoons or armadillos. It didn't bother me. The second day was harder. The trail climbed sharply for a while, and I started to feel the weight of my pack in my shoulders and knees. My thighs burned on the uphill stretches, and the humidity made it feel like I was breathing through wet cloth. Still, I pressed on, stopping every hour or so to sip water and check the map. At some point late in the afternoon, I got this strange feeling that something was off. Not supernatural or anything like that. More like I was being watched. Not constantly, just little moments, like when I stopped to catch my breath and the woods went dead silent, or when I glanced uphill and thought I saw movement behind a tree. But every time I looked directly, there was nothing. Probably just deer or squirrels. I told myself not to get spooked. That was the whole point of this trip, to be alone. That night, I set up camp on a flat spot just off the ridge, where the trees cleared a bit and gave a decent view of the valley below. As I was pitching my tent, I noticed something odd about the dirt. It was packed down in a strange way, like something had laid there recently. Not like a deer bed. This was longer, narrower, almost human-shaped. I shook it off. Probably just shadows playing tricks or an old fire pit that had filled in with dirt. Still, I slept a little lighter that night. I kept my knife close, and I made sure my boots were inside the tent with me. I left the rainfly open so I could look out through the mesh and see the stars. It made me feel less boxed in. I didn't hear anything unusual during the night, but I did wake up several times for no reason, just staring out into the dark trees, listening. On the third day, I got a late start. My body was stiff, and my mind was foggy from poor sleep. I filtered water at a nearby stream and made breakfast before heading back to the trail. The woods felt heavier that morning. The air was thick, almost soupy, and the sun barely cut through the canopy. I started to notice that the blazes were getting harder to spot. Some of them were faded or chipped off completely. I began checking the map more often to be safe. About midday, I came across something strange. A rusted metal cooler, sitting maybe 30 feet off the trail under a thicket of saplings. It was old, probably been there for years. The lid was bent and partially open, but I couldn't help myself. I walked over and lifted it. Inside were a few empty beer cans, a melted plastic fork, and what looked like a rat's nest. Nothing useful, just trash. Still, it was weird to see it way out here. No campsites nearby, no fire ring. Someone had to have carried it all the way in and then just left it. As I stood there, I realized how quiet it had gotten. No wind, no birds, no bugs. Just that deep, empty stillness that only happens in the woods when something's wrong. I felt my skin crawl. I turned around and got back on the trail quickly, trying to shake off the unease. I didn't stop much that afternoon. I just walked, eyes scanning the trees, ears straining for any sound. A few times I thought I heard twigs snap behind me, but when I stopped, there was nothing. Once, I doubled back for a few yards just to be sure I wasn't circling. But the trail was still going in the right direction. That night, I found a clearing beside a dry creek bed and made camp. I didn't light a fire, just cooked, ate, and crawled into the tent. I kept hearing noises in the distance. Not animal noises, not exactly. Just movement. Soft, slow. Like someone stepping on leaves and then stopping. I held still, trying to breathe quietly, listening hard. But it never came close. I never saw anything. Just sound. Just fear. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd jolt awake thinking I heard footsteps. My flashlight stayed in my hand the whole time, along with my knife. By dawn, I was already packing up. I didn't even make breakfast. I just wanted to move. On the fourth day, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. A footprint. In the mud. It wasn't mine. It was too big and in the wrong direction. It had rained lightly during the night, just enough to soften the dirt. The print was fresh. Someone had walked the opposite way, past my camp sometime after dark. I froze, staring at it. I looked around but didn't see any more. The trail was narrow here, and the ground was dry just a few steps farther. I stood there a while, trying to stay calm. Could have been a hunter, I told myself, or another hiker, but that didn't make sense. I hadn't seen a soul in days, and what kind of person hikes past someone's camp in the middle of the night without a light? I kept going, but I was on edge now. I didn't stop to rest.
He barely drunk.
I just walked. Every branch that snapped made me jump. Every squirrel that ran through the leaves made my heart pound. I started glancing over my shoulder constantly. I didn't want to camp that night, but I didn't have a choice. I was still 12 miles from my car. I picked a spot that was hard to see from the trail and set up my tent behind a thick wall of bushes. No fire, no cooking, just water and a protein bar. I laid there for hours, eyes wide open, listening. At one point, I swear I heard breathing just outside my tent. Not close, but steady. Human. It lasted maybe a minute, then faded. I didn't move. I didn't even reach for my knife. I just stayed still and waited. When the sun came up, I packed up faster than I ever had before. My hands were shaking. I was running on fumes, no sleep, no food. But I was close. Just one more day. The trail dropped sharply that morning, winding through switchbacks down the side of a ridge. The trees opened up a bit, and I could see the forest stretching out below. Somewhere down there was the gravel lot and my car. Just a few more hours. That's when I saw the rope. It was tied between two trees waist-high, stretched across the trail. Like a tripwire, I stopped dead in my tracks. It wasn't frayed or old. It was bright, synthetic, and clean, fresh. I stood there, staring. My breath came in shallow bursts. My mind raced. Who puts a rope like that across a trail? That wasn't some ranger trick or trail marker. That was for me. I looked around, scanned the trees. Nothing. No movement, no sound. I didn't want to go back. Couldn't. So I pulled out my knife and carefully cut the rope. Snapped back with tension, and I flinched. Then I stepped over the spot and kept walking. Faster now, heart pounding. I never saw anyone. Not that day, not on the trail, not at the lot. But I felt it. That presence, whatever or whoever it was, had followed me for days. I was sure of it. When I finally saw the silver glint of my car through the trees, I almost collapsed. My legs were jelly. My throat was dry. I unlocked the door, threw my pack inside, and sat down behind the wheel with the doors locked. I didn't start the engine for a long time. I was 34 when I decided to do something I hadn't done since my early 20s. Hike alone for a weekend in the backcountry. I'd done solo hikes before, but nothing longer than a day hike in recent years. Most of my outdoor time was spent with friends or my girlfriend, but she had to work that weekend. I'd been feeling restless, like I needed space to think, so I convinced myself a solo hike would help clear my head. It was late September 2021. I chose a trail I hadn't done before, near the western edge of Wyoming, not far from the Idaho border. The place was called Crow's Canyon, but it wasn't well known. I found it listed in a forum for experienced hikers, and it looked quiet and remote, which was what I wanted. The total loop was just under 24 miles, with options to camp anywhere along the way. According to the topo maps and recent weather reports, there was no snow, and the trail was supposed to be dry with cool temperatures at night. I packed light but carefully. I brought my usual ultralight tent, a good sleeping bag, a foam pad, and 3 days worth of food. I packed a small gas stove, 2 liters of water, and a Sawyer squeeze filter so I could refill at creeks. I wore my broken-in trail runners, synthetic clothes, a softshell jacket, and a hat. I had my compass, a printed map, and a satellite communicator in case of emergencies. I left a note with my girlfriend and told her I'd check in Saturday night and return by Sunday evening. I drove out Friday morning and hit the trail around 11 a.m. There were no other cars at the trailhead, which didn't bother me. The trail started off easy, winding through a thin pine forest with patches of dry grass and low brush. It was quiet, almost too quiet. No birds, not much wind, just the sound of my feet on the packed dirt. After a few miles, the trail dropped down into the canyon itself. The walls weren't tall, maybe 80 feet on either side, but they narrowed in places and made the area feel more closed off. I passed a dry creek bed and kept moving. That first day, I did about 9 miles. The trail was slightly overgrown in some areas, and I had to push through sage and willows in the narrowest part of the canyon. Still, it was peaceful. I didn't see any wildlife. No bears or deer, just a squirrel or two. I made camp near a shallow pool of standing water that had collected in a rock basin. I filtered a few liters and cooked a freeze-dried meal. The sun set around 7:15, and the temperature dropped fast. I crawled into my sleeping bag by 8 and fell asleep quickly. But around midnight, I woke up suddenly. Something wasn't right. First, I thought it was a noise that woke me, but I couldn't be sure. I lay still, listening. The night was absolutely silent. Not just quiet, silent. No wind, no crickets, nothing. I've camped enough to know that's unusual. Even in dry climates, there's always something making noise. I didn't hear any footsteps or branches breaking, but I felt a weird sense of tension, like something was watching me, even though I couldn't explain why. I told myself it was probably nothing. I'd been stressed lately. Maybe my mind was just playing tricks on me. I eventually dozed back off and slept until dawn. The next morning, I felt off. Not sick, just uneasy. I made breakfast, packed up, and started hiking again. The trail climbed out of the canyon and followed a narrow ridge that overlooked a wide plain. The view was beautiful, with layers of yellow grass and scattered stands of juniper trees. I should have felt relaxed, but I didn't. I kept turning around like someone might be behind me, but there was never anyone there. After about 5 miles, I came across something strange. There was a shoe in the middle of the trail. It was a man's trail runner, gray and green. A little dirty, but not worn out. Just one shoe, no backpack, no other gear, no prints around it. I stopped and stared at it for a long time. I looked around. There was no sign anyone had been there recently. No disturbed dirt, no broken branches. I picked it up and looked inside. Nothing. I set it back down and moved on, but the feeling of unease deepened. Another mile or so down the trail, I found an old camp. It was off to the side, maybe 30 yards from the trail in a patch of low trees. I wouldn't have seen it if I wasn't looking for a good place to rest. The camp was clearly abandoned, but not in the usual way. The tent was collapsed, half covered in dirt and leaves. A rusted stove sat on a rock. There were scraps of a tarp and a broken chair. It looked like it had been there for years, but some of the gear still looked modern. A food bag hung from a tree, swaying slightly in the breeze. I didn't go too close. Something about the camp felt wrong, like whoever left it didn't plan to. It wasn't the mess. Camps get messy, gear breaks, but the way things were scattered, like someone left in a hurry. I didn't see any bones or blood or anything dramatic, but the silence felt heavier near that camp. I backed away and got back on the trail. By the time I made it to my second campsite that evening, I was rattled. I chose a spot further off the trail, under a stand of short pine trees. I didn't want to be visible from the trail. I cooked quickly, ate fast, and went into my tent before sunset. I skipped the usual evening walk or journal entry. I didn't even read like I normally do when I'm alone. I just lay in my bag, eyes open, listening. And then, sometime past midnight, I heard it. Footsteps. Very slow, deliberate footsteps, crunching on dried pine needles. They were maybe 20 or 30 feet from my tent. Not an animal too heavy, too purposeful. I held my breath. The steps circled once, then stopped. I couldn't hear breathing or movement, just silence. I waited, not moving, every muscle tense. Minutes passed, maybe 20, maybe more. Then, quietly, the footsteps started again, but moving away this time. I didn't move a muscle until the sky started to lighten. I packed my stuff in record time, skipped breakfast, and started hiking. I only had around 10 miles to go, but it felt endless. Every few minutes, I looked back. I never saw anyone, but I couldn't shake the feeling someone was behind me, watching. I kept catching movement out of the corner of my eye. Twigs snapping, distant echoes, flashes of color behind trees. Once, I found another single shoe near a bend in the trail. This one was smaller, maybe a woman's. No tracks, no bag, no signs of a struggle. I didn't stop that time. I just kept moving. Around mile 20, I stopped at a stream to refill water. That's when I noticed the scratch marks. They were on a tree near the water's edge. Not bare marks. These were too low, and there were dozens of them, clustered together, all shallow and angled like someone dragging a knife or a sharp rock. Some were fresh. The bark was pale where the wood had been scored. I counted at least 50. They covered one side of the trunk. That was when I finally let the panic set in. I ran the next 2 miles. My legs were sore, my pack bounced, but I didn't care. I ran until I couldn't hear anything but the blood pounding in my ears. I didn't stop until I saw the dirt parking lot and my car. My car was the only one there. I threw my stuff in the back, locked the doors, and didn't even change out of my hiking shoes. I drove the 2.5 hours back to town without stopping, barely breathing the whole way. When I got home, I just sat in my apartment for a long time, trying to make sense of it. I reported the campsite and the shoes to the local forest office. They said they'd check it out, but I never heard back. I tried searching online for any missing hikers in that area, but didn't find anything recent. It's possible the shoes were old, or that camp was from a survivalist or a hunter who never came back. Maybe the scratches were just someone being weird. Maybe the footsteps were my imagination or an animal. Maybe, but I know how I felt. Something was off in that canyon. Not supernatural, just human and hidden. Someone was out there, watching, following, living off-grid or hiding from something. I don't know what they wanted. I don't know what they were doing, but they didn't want me there, and I won't go back. Ever since that hike, I've stuck to busier trails. I still go out sometimes, still camp, still enjoy nature, but I don't hike alone anymore. I listen to my gut, and when the woods go silent, I pay attention. Because there are things out there, not monsters or ghosts, but people. And sometimes people are the scariest thing in the woods. My name is Brian Keller. I was 39 when this happened, and I still think about it every day. Not because anything supernatural happened, nothing like that. I think about it because it was the closest I ever came to dying. It changed how I look at hiking and life in general. This happened in the summer of 2017 in southern Utah, in a place called Sand Hollow Canyon. It's a remote stretch of desert that doesn't get many visitors unless they're looking for real solitude or trouble. At the time, I was living in Flagstaff, Arizona. I'd just come out of a long-term relationship, and I was looking for space. I'd taken a few days off work, loaded up my old Tacoma with gear, and decided I'd drive north, find somewhere off the grid, and hike until my legs gave out. I'd done this kind of thing before, weekend hikes, solo trails, but I wasn't what you'd call an expert. I knew how to pack light, read a map, use a compass. I always carried backups and kept a clean checklist, but I never expected how fast things could turn. I chose Sand Hollow Canyon because I saw it mentioned on a small hiking blog. The guy described it as rugged, isolated, and absolutely stunning. There were no clear trails marked on maps, just references to dry washes and cairns left by other hikers. The area sat about 2 hours west of Moab, and the only way to get close was on a rough dirt road that crossed private land. I called the landowner ahead of time, got verbal permission to pass through, and parked just off the wash, maybe a mile from the canyon's mouth. I planned to do a 2-day loop, start at the canyon entrance, follow the wash in, camp overnight near a spring marked on the old topo map I had, and then circle back using a high ridge route that curved north and east, bringing me back to my truck from a different angle. That loop was around 18 miles total. I carried a 45-liter pack with a small tent, a lightweight sleeping bag, my stove, 2 days worth of food, and 4 liters of water. I also brought a pump filter in case the spring was flowing. I parked on a Wednesday afternoon, around 2 p.m. The sun was relentless, but I had sunscreen, a wide-brimmed hat, and a long-sleeve shirt to keep the rays off. I locked the truck, tucked my keys into my hip belt pocket, and started off toward the mouth of the canyon. The land was dry and cracked, dotted with scrubby sage and twisted juniper. The air shimmered with heat. Within 15 minutes, all signs of the road were gone behind me. The canyon walls rose slowly on both sides, red and tan rocks stacked like ancient books. The deeper I went, the narrower the walls became. I followed the sandy wash that wound between the cliffs, stepping over smooth stone, weaving through boulders. Every now and then, I saw stacked rocks, small cairns someone had left behind. They made me feel like I wasn't completely alone. By the time the sun dropped below the canyon rim, I was 5 miles in and ready to set up camp. I hadn't reached the spring yet, but I figured I'd find it the next morning. I found a little spot tucked beneath an overhang, flat, shaded, and just enough space for my tent. I boiled some water, made dehydrated pasta, and stretched out on a foam pad with my back against the rock. The silence was incredible, just the wind and the occasional sound of a bird settling in for the night. That night, I slept lightly. The temperature dropped, and I woke up around 3 a.m. shivering. I wrapped my fleece tighter and dozed off again. When I woke at dawn, the air was still cool, and the canyon was cast in deep blue shadows. I packed quickly, eager to find the spring and refill my water. I had 1.5 liters left, more than enough if the spring was where it was supposed to be. I followed the wash for another mile, checking my map every 20 minutes. It was hard to tell exact distances out there because everything looked the same: sand, rock, some shrubs. Around mid-morning, I came to a split in the canyon. One branch curved left and narrowed sharply. The other went right and looked wider but steeper. According to the topo lines, the spring should have been left. I marked my position with a cairn and took the left fork. The canyon tightened until it was just 6 feet wide, with smooth walls rising 40 feet on either side. I pushed through, hoping I was close. After half an hour, the canyon dead-ended at a dry pour-off, an old waterfall that dropped about 12 feet into a smooth bowl. No water, not even a puddle. I checked my map, checked again, and felt a little chill creep down my back. I was supposed to be at the spring. I turned back, climbed out of the dead end, and followed the canyon back to the split. At that point, I had maybe a half-liter left. I decided to press forward on the right fork instead, hoping I'd find some runoff or another source. But the canyon just got hotter and more rugged. Boulders blocked the path, and I had to climb over and around them, scraping my shins and jarring my knees. The sun was brutal now. I was sweating heavily, and the salt was stinging my eyes. By noon, I knew I was in trouble. I hadn't found water, and I was burning through what was left of my supply. I stopped under a narrow ledge and looked at my options. I could try to follow the original plan and climb up the ridge to loop back, or I could turn around and head back the way I came. But both options meant miles of hiking in brutal sun, with no guarantee of water. I chose to go forward. I thought if I could make the ridge, I'd at least get some breeze, maybe a view that would help me get my bearings. The climb was awful. Loose rock, cacti, no trail. I was on all fours at times, grabbing at scrub and lichen-covered stone, hauling myself upward inch by inch. I'd stop every few minutes to suck in air and take tiny sips from the bottle, trying to make it last. It took me nearly 2 hours to crest the ridge. By the time I reached the top, I was dizzy and shaking. My vision blurred every time I stood up too fast. I dropped my pack in a patch of shade beside a twisted juniper and lay there for a long time, chest heaving. I checked my GPS, no signal. My map told me I needed to follow the ridge northeast until it started sloping down toward the basin, maybe 6 miles. I ate a protein bar even though I didn't feel hungry. My mouth was like cotton. I drained the last of my water getting up there. I thought about waiting for cooler temps, maybe hiking at dusk. But the longer I sat there, the worse I felt. My legs were cramping, and my arms felt like jelly. I started down the ridge trail around 3 p.m., hoping to move fast before full heat set in again. But it wasn't a trail. It was a jagged spine of broken rock, with drop-offs on either side. One misstep and I'd tumble 20 feet into a ravine. I moved slow, picking each step, heart pounding the whole time. I saw buzzards circling at one point, just silhouettes gliding above. It made me think about what would happen if I passed out or broke a leg. No one knew exactly where I was. I hadn't told anyone which canyon I chose. Just somewhere west of Moab. That thought hit me hard. I pushed on. By early evening, I came down off the ridge and into the basin. The land opened up, flat, open desert stretching in every direction. I thought I'd see my truck, or the road, or something I recognized. But all I saw were shadows and scrub. I wandered for over an hour, trying to match the land to my map. Everything looked wrong. I realized I must have come down too far west. The truck was probably 2 or 3 miles east of where I was standing. My lips were cracked. I started having trouble thinking clearly. My legs wobbled under me. That night, I camped without setting up the tent. Just unrolled my pad and wrapped myself in the sleeping bag. Couldn't eat. I felt nauseous and dry all over. My throat burned. I lay there looking up at the stars, trying not to panic. Coyotes howled in the distance, but I didn't care. I just wanted to wake up and feel better. Morning came, and I was weaker than I'd ever been. I packed slowly, shaking the whole time. I started walking east, hoping I was right about where I'd come down from. The sun climbed fast. I couldn't sweat anymore. My skin was dry, but I could feel heat radiating off my body. Mid-morning, I saw a shape on the horizon. A long, straight line. It was the dirt road. I nearly collapsed when I saw it. I picked up speed, ignoring the pain in my joints and the burning in my calves. I followed the road north, and after 20 more minutes, I saw the glint of sunlight on glass. My truck. When I reached it, I dropped everything, unlocked the door with shaking hands, and opened the cooler behind the seat. There were 2 bottles of water still half frozen inside. I drank both, slowly, careful not to shock my system. Then I sat behind the wheel for nearly an hour, letting the AC run, staring out at the empty land. I drove straight back to Flagstaff, stopping only once for gas and more water. I didn't speak to anyone for 2 days. My body was wrecked. Blisters, sunburn, dehydration, but I was alive. Since then, I've never hiked without doubling my water and telling 3 people my exact route. I carry a GPS beacon now, too, and I've never gone back to Sand Hollow Canyon. I still love hiking, but I'm not the same person I was before that trip. It was the summer of 2013. I was 28 years old, working a maintenance job at a junior college just outside of Fort Collins, Colorado. I'd taken a couple of weeks off to clear my head after a rough breakup and decided I'd spend most of that time alone, out in nature. I'd done plenty of hiking in the past, but never anything longer than a day or 2. For some reason, I got it in my head that I needed to do a solo hike through the Roosevelt National Forest. 5 days, just me, my pack, and the trail. The plan was simple enough. I'd start at a small trailhead near a little town called Rustic and work my way south toward Estes Park. I'd done enough research to know it was possible in about 5 days with steady hiking. I had a topo map, compass, GPS, first aid kit, bear spray, and enough dehydrated food and snacks to last me. I even packed an emergency bivvy and extra water filters. I thought I was ready. The first day went smooth. I parked my car at a small gravel pull-off near the entrance of the trail and locked everything up tight. The air smelled like pine sap and dust, and the sun was bright but not too hot. I hit the trail just after 9 a.m., and by early afternoon I was miles away from the road, deep in the forest. The trail wound through stretches of tall lodgepole pines and open meadows scattered with wildflowers. I passed a few other hikers headed the opposite direction, but by mid-afternoon, I hadn't seen another person for hours. I made camp just off a small stream the first night. I found a flat area under a few trees and pitched my tent. The stream babbled quietly nearby, and I boiled water for dinner, one of those freeze-dried beef stew packs. I sat on a flat rock as the light faded and watched the shadows stretch across the forest floor. It was quiet except for the water and the rustling of squirrels. It was peaceful. I fell asleep not long after the sun went down, exhausted but calm. The second day was when things started feeling off. I woke early, before sunrise, and packed up quickly. My goal was to get through a long stretch of trail that wound up into higher elevations. The air was thinner, and I started feeling it in my legs by mid-morning. I stopped to rest at a clearing with a view of the valley below. That's when I saw something strange. Not frightening exactly, just odd. Down near the edge of the clearing, maybe 50 yards off the trail, I noticed a little pile of rocks. Not stacked like a cairn, but spread out in a pattern, sort of a circle with smaller stones laid in lines radiating out from the center. It looked too neat to be natural. Maybe someone's weird art project or some sort of trail marker, though I'd never seen one like that. I didn't think much of it at the time. I took a few sips from my water bottle and moved on. Around midday, the trail narrowed and started climbing more steeply. The trees grew thinner, and the sun beat down harder. I started feeling the weight of my pack more than I had the day before. The trail felt different too, not as well worn. The grass along the edges looked more overgrown, like fewer people came this way. At one point, the GPS cut out for a bit. I figured it was interference from the ridges nearby. I had the map and compass, so I wasn't too worried. But I couldn't shake a weird feeling, like I was being watched. I know that sounds paranoid, but it's the best way I can describe it. I'd stop to drink water or check the map, and I'd hear little snaps or rustling in the underbrush. Normally, I'd chalk that up to animals, squirrels, maybe a deer, but it just felt different, like something was waiting for me to turn around. At one point, I saw what looked like boot prints on a patch of soft dirt, going the same direction I was headed. But they looked older, maybe a few days. Still, it was a bit comforting to know someone else had passed this way recently. I kept going until around 6 p.m. when I found a flat, quiet area in a small hollow surrounded by tall trees. It was a good spot to set up camp, shielded from the wind. But the silence there was different. It wasn't peaceful like the first night. It was heavy. No birds, no squirrels, just quiet. I made camp anyway, ate another freeze-dried meal, tried to read a little from a paperback I'd brought, but I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about that pile of rocks, about the boot prints, about the fact I hadn't seen another soul since the first day. That night I didn't sleep well. I'd drift off and then snap awake, heart racing, for no reason I could understand. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside the tent, soft ones, crunching pine needles very slowly. I sat up and held my breath, but I didn't hear anything else. I finally dozed off again sometime after midnight, but I felt like I only got a couple hours of real sleep. The third day was worse. I woke to a foggy morning, the air damp and cold. Everything smelled like wet bark. I packed quickly and got back on the trail. It wasn't long before I noticed things seemed different. The trail wasn't where it was supposed to be, curved differently, led through thicker brush. The GPS still wouldn't connect, and when I checked the compass and map, I realized I wasn't where I thought I was. Somehow I'd veered off the trail. I turned around and retraced my steps, trying to find where I went wrong. But the forest started to look the same in every direction. I followed what I thought was the trail back, only to find myself at a dried creek bed I didn't remember passing. Panic started to creep in. I sat down, forced myself to drink some water and eat a granola bar. I tried to think clearly. The plan was to backtrack until I found something familiar, but every turn looked the same. I didn't hear birds or squirrels or anything, just wind and trees and silence. I marked a few trees with pieces of bright tape from my pack, but somehow I ended up circling back to one of them after 2 hours of walking. That's when the fear really set in. I wasn't just off the trail, I was lost. I tried not to panic. I went through my pack, checked how much food and water I had. I had enough to last 3 more days if I rationed. I kept walking, hoping to spot a familiar landmark. Just after 3 p.m., I came across something that made my stomach drop. Another pile of rocks. Same pattern. Circle with lines out from the middle. This one was bigger and older. Some of the rocks had moss on them, but it was the same design. I didn't like that. I didn't like it one bit. I walked until the sun dipped low, and I found a spot to camp that had at least a bit of open space so I could see my surroundings. I skipped dinner. My stomach was in knots anyway. I kept my bear spray within reach and I barely slept. The fourth day, I knew I had to make a real effort to get out. I decided to head west. I figured if I kept one direction and stuck with it, I'd eventually hit a road or cross the main trail again. I still had my compass, and the sun had come out again. I walked for hours. My legs ached, my shoulders burned from the pack, and my boots were starting to give me blisters. I came across a small ravine and climbed down into it, figuring I could follow it downhill. Maybe it would lead to a stream, and from there I could follow it to some kind of road or campground. That was the worst idea I'd had yet. The sides of the ravine grew steeper, and the footing became slippery. At one point, I slipped on a patch of mud and tumbled forward, slamming my shoulder against a rock. I sat there for a while, stunned, tasting blood from a split lip. My shoulder throbbed. I thought I might have broken something, but after testing it, it seemed to be just a bad bruise. I kept going. That evening, I found what looked like an old fire ring, just some blackened rocks in a small clearing. It was old, not recent, but clearly man-made. There were even some rusty cans and what looked like part of a backpack, torn and weathered. I didn't like seeing that. It made me wonder what happened to whoever left it behind. That night, I didn't set up my tent. I wrapped myself in the emergency bivvy and laid low under some brush, listening to the forest. I don't know what I expected to hear, but I knew I didn't want to be out in the open. The fifth morning, I woke up with dew on my face and a chill in my bones. My whole body hurt. My food was almost gone. My water filter was cracked from the fall. I drank the last clean water I had and kept walking. Just before noon, I heard something, real sound, faint mechanical whine. I climbed up a ridge and nearly cried when I saw the tops of utility poles in the distance. I scrambled toward them, tore up my legs pushing through brush and brambles, and finally came to a narrow gravel road with power lines running alongside it. I followed that road for hours. My legs were numb, and my feet felt like ground meat in my boots. But I didn't stop until I reached a small service building, a weathered shack with a locked door, but a map posted outside. From the map, I saw I was nearly 6 miles east of the trail I'd started on, completely off course. I kept walking, and just before dark, a Forest Service truck came up the road. I waved like a lunatic. The guy inside gave me water, snacks, and a ride back to the ranger station near Glen Haven. They called it a case of trail confusion. But when I told them about the strange piles of rocks and the old camp I found, they just nodded and said people sometimes leave weird stuff behind. I never did get an explanation. I was 31 when I decided to hike the Crooked Elk Trail, a remote loop buried deep in the mountains of western Montana. It wasn't a popular trail, and that was the point. I'd spent the past few years working nonstop, and after a long, bitter breakup earlier that year, I just wanted to get away from everything. No phones, no people, no distractions. Just me, the woods, and a week of silence. I chose Crooked Elk because it was one of those trails not many people talk about unless they've lived in the area. It wasn't listed in the usual hiking apps. I found it while browsing some obscure backpacking forums where older hikers talked about how scenic but unforgiving it was. According to them, the trail was about 37 miles long and looped around 2 ridges with a basin in between. It passed through heavy forest, some dry alpine stretches, and a rocky pass near the summit. No facilities, no water stations, no ranger huts. You bring in what you need, and you bring out what's left. That was exactly what I wanted. I planned for 5 days, 7, just in case. I overpacked food, brought 2 GPS devices, paper maps, a compass, and even downloaded topographical charts onto my phone. My pack weighed close to 45 pounds. That first morning in mid-September, the air was already crisp, and I parked my truck just past a faded wooden sign that said, Crooked Elk. The dirt lot had space for maybe 3 cars, but mine was the only one there. The first day was perfect. The trail was narrow and overgrown in some spots, but it was clear enough to follow. I walked for about 7 hours, passed a few creeks, saw deer, and even caught sight of a brown bear across a clearing, far enough not to be threatening. I kept moving, staying aware of my surroundings. I made camp near a small flat area off the trail and slept like a rock under the stars. On the second day, I started to notice how isolated this place really was. The trees grew thicker, and the trail became harder to follow. I'd have to stop often and double-check my direction. The canopy overhead kept the sun from hitting the ground most of the time, which meant the forest felt like twilight even though it was the middle of the day. I didn't mind that. I liked the quiet, but it felt like a place where people didn't belong. No trash, no markings, no footprints. I didn't even see any scat on the trail. Just old trees and moss and the occasional rustle of branches up high. Around noon on the third day, things started to go wrong. I had made it halfway up the eastern ridge when the trail disappeared. It didn't fade gradually like you'd expect. 1 minute I was following it, and the next it was just gone. The dirt under my boots turned to rocky soil, and there were no more indentations from previous hikers. I stopped, looked back, walked in a few small circles, but I couldn't find the path again. I wasn't panicking, not yet. I pulled out my GPS and checked the map. I was a few miles off course, farther east than I thought. I don't know how I drifted so far without realizing it. I figured I'd bushwhack westward, cut across the slope until I found the trail again. Couldn't be more than a couple hours away. I kept moving, pushing through waist-high ferns and ducking under low pine branches. But the ground here was unstable, dry shale that shifted under my boots. I slipped more than once. At one point, I caught myself on a tree root and tore a hole in the side of my glove. By early evening, I still hadn't found the trail, and I was exhausted. I set up camp on a sloped clearing, cooked a meal from my rations, and marked my spot on the map with a Sharpie. I told myself tomorrow I'd fix this. Just go back the way I came. Get back on track. That night, it got cold. Colder than it had any of the nights before. I woke up around 2 a.m. shivering and added an extra thermal layer. The wind howled through the trees, and at some point, I realized I couldn't hear anything else. No bugs, no owls, just wind. I told myself that was normal. Maybe the altitude or the temperature kept the animals quiet. But it still put a knot in my stomach. Day 4 was worse. I packed up, checked my compass, and started heading west. I walked for hours. It should have only taken 2, maybe 3 at most. But nothing looked familiar. The trees all started to look the same: thick trunks, black bark, moss growing up one side. I kept marking my path on the map, but I could feel it wasn't adding up. By noon, I stopped to check my GPS. It was blinking low battery, even though it had been fully charged that morning. I pulled out the second one. Same thing, half battery gone already. I don't know why. Maybe the cold. Maybe I kept them on too long. I turned one off and saved the other. I didn't want to get stuck without it. I kept walking, trying to keep my direction steady. But the terrain started to get worse. Steeper slopes, loose soil, more undergrowth. I tripped on a vine and slammed my shin against a buried rock. It hurt so bad I saw stars. I sat there for a while, trying not to cry like a kid. My leg was bleeding, not badly, but enough to soak my sock. I cleaned it with water, wrapped it with gauze, and kept going. By late afternoon, I admitted to myself I was lost. I had no idea where the trail was. The terrain didn't match any of the topographical charts. It was like I had stepped into a different part of the forest entirely. I found a small creek and followed it downstream for a while, hoping it would lead me to something, maybe a fire road or even just a game trail. Nothing. I camped again that night, more paranoid than tired. I didn't eat much. Every noise in the dark made me flinch. The snapping of twigs, the groaning of branches in the wind. Felt like the forest was closing in. I slept with my headlamp on, my knife within reach. Day 5. I woke up with frost on the inside of my tent. My water bottles had ice in them. My injured leg was stiff and tender. I tried to hike again but had to limp most of the time. I checked the GPS. 1 bar left. I turned it on only to verify direction and then shut it back off. I had enough food for maybe 2 more days if I rationed. Less water. I could boil creek water, but even that was running low. That day blurred together, tree after tree, hill after hill. I thought I saw movement once across a slope. Person, maybe. I waved, shouted, even blew my emergency whistle. Nothing. I hobbled toward where I thought I saw it, but it led me deeper into thick brush. It was probably just my brain playing tricks on me. I started to keep my fire small that night. Less smoke, less light. I didn't want anything seeing me out there. I had this overwhelming sense that something was watching. Not in a supernatural way, just in the way an animal knows it's being hunted. I didn't know if it was a bear or mountain lion or just the sheer weight of being alone too long. By day 6, my right ankle had swollen so bad I couldn't put weight on it. I used a stick as a crutch and moved slowly, maybe half a mile in 3 hours. That's when I started to think about what would happen if I didn't find the trail. No one knew I was here. I left an itinerary with a coworker, but I'd padded my trip to last 7 days. If they didn't hear from me by then, they might wait another day or 2 before calling anyone. And even then, how would anyone find me out here? There were no markers, no cell signal. I hadn't seen a person in 6 days. I stopped walking around noon and just sat on a rock, staring at the trees. That's when I saw the wire. It was barely visible, strung low between 2 trees, maybe 10 feet apart. A thin steel cable, rusted in spots, only about a foot off the ground. My first thought was, snare. Someone had rigged a trap here. My second thought was, people. Someone had to have put this here. I followed the wire with my eyes and saw a second one higher up, crossing at an angle. Some kind of marker system, maybe for hunters or for guiding livestock. I got up, limped over, and followed the wires uphill for about 200 yards. And then I saw it. A rusted metal sign half buried in ivy that said, Service Access 8C. Below it was a thin, overgrown dirt path. A road, an actual road. I cried right there on the spot. I followed that road for what felt like forever, maybe 5 miles, until I came to a locked gate and a Forest Service plaque. Beyond the gate was a paved road. I could have kissed the asphalt. I hobbled down it for another hour before a beat-up pickup truck pulled over and the driver offered me a ride. I didn't care who he was. I climbed in and cried again when I saw a phone charger in his glove compartment. It took 2 more hours to get to the nearest town, Baker's Ridge, a tiny place with 1 gas station and a motel. I stayed there that night, showered twice, and ate like I hadn't seen food in a month. The next day, I hitched a ride back to where I'd parked my truck. It was still there, dusty but untouched. I never went back to Crooked Elk. I never even looked at the trail map again. I kept the torn glove, though, as a reminder. I've done plenty of hikes since, but I stay on the trail now. I tell people where I'm going. I bring a beacon, because no matter how strong you think you are, the wild doesn't care. You're just passing through. I took a solo hiking trip back in the fall of 2017. I was 32 at the time, living in a small town outside of Missoula, Montana. I'd just come out of a rough breakup and needed to clear my head. Work had been nonstop, and I'd been getting these constant headaches that felt like someone was slowly tightening a strap around my skull. I figured getting out in the woods for a few days might help. There was this trail called Ridge Trail out in the Bitterroot Mountains that I'd been eyeing for a while. It wasn't exactly a popular route. A few blogs and forums mentioned it here and there, mostly from people who used it for backcountry hunting or longer through hikes that branched off into Idaho. It was known for being a bit overgrown and undermaintained, but nothing too wild. Mostly just long and remote. I packed for 5 days. My plan was to hike in about 12 miles on the first day, find a spot to camp, and then take 2 days to loop around back using a side trail called Barrow Creek Path. I had a reliable topo map, GPS, a fully charged Garmin, bear spray, and backup batteries. I wasn't trying to be reckless. I knew better. I'd done plenty of solo hikes before, just nothing quite this long or remote. I parked my car at a small gravel pull-off near the base of the mountain. There wasn't anyone else there. It was early in the morning, probably around 7:15 a.m. The sky was still that soft gray color it gets before the sun fully breaks over the treeline. The air smelled like pine needles and dry leaves. I remember thinking it felt good to be out there again. The trail started off steep but manageable. Most of the climb for the first few miles followed a ridgeline with dense trees on both sides. There were no real landmarks, just narrow dirt winding through lodgepole pines and firs. Every now and then, I'd get a glimpse down the slope, just trees and more trees fading into blue-gray mist. Around mile 5, I passed a rusted metal sign that was barely legible. It had clearly been there for decades, bent and leaning. It said something about Upper Ridge Shelter, 7.3 miles ahead. I hadn't heard anything about a shelter on the forums, but I figured it was one of those old backcountry huts that hunters or rangers used. I didn't plan to rely on it, but it was good to know it was there. The air was cooler up higher, and the wind picked up as I made my way along a sharper ridge. There were long stretches where I didn't hear anything but the sound of my boots crunching over fallen twigs and the occasional call of a raven overhead. I stopped for lunch around 1 p.m., sitting on a flat rock near a small outcrop. I ate jerky, a protein bar, and a handful of almonds. Nothing special, but enough to keep me going. By the time I reached the 12-mile mark, I was starting to feel it in my knees. The sun was dropping lower, and the wind had picked up enough to make me put on a windbreaker. I found a flat area just off the trail with a clearing big enough for my one-man tent. It had soft ground, scattered pine needles, and a partial view of the western sky. Felt like a good spot. I set up camp, filtered water from a nearby trickle of a stream, and cooked a hot meal, freeze-dried pasta with chicken. I sat by my tent, leaning against a log, and ate while the last bit of sunlight faded. It was quiet, peaceful. No bugs, no signs of people. Just wind in the trees and the occasional distant rustle of an animal moving through underbrush. That night, I slept okay. A little cold, but not bad. I did wake up once around 2 or 3 a.m. because I thought I heard something. Maybe a branch snapping or something shifting nearby. I stayed quiet, holding my breath. Passed after a minute or two. Could have been a deer, could have been the wind. The next morning, I packed up and got moving by 8 a.m. The plan was to keep pushing deeper before looping back via Barrow Creek the next day. I figured I could get another 10 miles in and maybe scout that old shelter, see if it was still standing. I figured if it looked safe, I might even spend a night there for the experience. Around mid-morning, I came across some odd signs. Literally, another metal sign, almost identical to the first one, half buried and hanging from a rotting post. This one just said, "No access past shelter after October 15th. I checked my watch October 18th. I figured maybe it was just a warning about snow or hunting season. Still, it stuck with me a little. There hadn't been snow yet, and the weather had been dry. By noon, the trail was starting to degrade. What had been a fairly clear path turned into a barely visible line of flattened grass and snapped branches. I had to rely more on my GPS and map, making sure I was still going the right way. I started noticing old footprints, just faint impressions in dried mud, maybe a week old. Too old to tell if they were from hikers, hunters, or someone else. Then I found the shelter. It was more of a cabin, really. One room, with logs stacked in a crude rectangle, a rusted metal chimney sticking out the top. The door was slightly open. I pushed it gently and looked inside. Dusty floor, a broken down cot, and the faint smell of old ash. There was a busted lantern on a shelf and a pile of firewood in the corner. Someone had been there recently. There were empty cans of chili and beans stacked near the back wall, maybe a few weeks old. I didn't feel like staying there overnight anymore. Something about the place felt not wrong, just not comfortable. I made a note of it and moved on. By mid-afternoon, things started getting more complicated. The trail got steeper and more unstable. I lost the path twice and had to double back using the map and landmarks. My legs were tired, and my water filter had started acting up. I had backup purification tablets, but I didn't like relying on those unless I had to. Around 4 p.m., I slipped coming down a loose section of gravel and landed hard on my hip and elbow. It knocked the wind out of me. I sat there, breathing heavy, trying to shake it off. When I stood up again, I noticed my left boot felt strange. The sole had partially come loose. Not totally, but enough to make walking feel uneven. I used some spare cord to tie it tight, but I knew it wouldn't last long. That's when I started feeling nervous. Not scared yet, just uneasy. I was far out. No cell signal. Nobody knew my exact route, only that I was heading to the ridge trail. My emergency beacon could get help, but it wasn't something I wanted to press unless things got really bad. I set up camp earlier that night, mostly because I didn't trust my footing on the deteriorating trail. I found a flat spot beneath a thick pine canopy. It was darker than the first night and much colder. I boiled water and ate quietly. I kept scanning the trees out of habit, even though I didn't hear anything. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept waking up, half convinced I heard footsteps. Not close, just faint crunching, way off in the trees. I told myself it was animals, probably deer or elk, but the rhythm of it was off, too slow and steady for 4 legs. Sometime around 3 a.m., I thought I saw a light through the trees, a small flicker like a headlamp or a campfire. I sat up and turned off my own flashlight. It was gone. I stared for a while but didn't see anything else. I told myself it was a trick of my eyes or moonlight hitting the branches. The next morning, I made the call to turn around early. I wasn't even that far from the Barrow Creek trailhead, maybe 5 to 6 miles, but with my boot the way it was and my growing sense of unease, I didn't want to risk pushing further. I figured I'd retrace my steps the full 12 miles back the way I came. I moved fast, but the trail felt different going back. Like the woods had changed shape slightly. I kept recognizing spots, but they felt off. Trees bent differently, logs shifted in new positions. I was more tired than I realized, and everything started blending together. Around mile 8, I noticed something I hadn't seen on the way in. A tree, stripped of bark in perfect vertical lines, about 8 feet up. It looked like something sharp had clawed at it. Not a bear. I'd seen bear markings before. This looked more deliberate, cleaner. I kept moving. A few minutes later, I saw boot prints. Fresh ones. Size 11, maybe 12. Not mine. They followed the trail ahead of me, perfectly centered. Whoever made them was ahead of me, heading the same direction. That wouldn't have been weird on a popular trail. But I hadn't seen or heard another soul in almost 3 days. No parked cars at the pull-off. No tents. No gear. I slowed down and kept scanning the woods. My Garmin showed I was on the right track. I debated calling out, but something in my gut told me not to. So I kept walking, silent. Then I saw it. Up ahead, maybe 60 yards, a man was standing in the trail. Just standing. Not walking. Not turning. Just still. Facing away from me. He had a large pack on and was wearing a dark hoodie and jeans. No visible gear, no trekking poles. I froze. I waited for him to move, but he didn't. I checked my GPS again, then looked up, and he was gone. Just gone. Not a sound. Not a branch cracking, no movement through brush. It didn't make sense. I waited a few minutes. I turned 35 that summer. I had just gone through a divorce that drained me more than I expected. 7 years of trying to hold something together that just wasn't meant to work. The house, the dog, the plans for kids, we let it all go piece by piece. She kept the house. I moved into a one-bedroom apartment just outside Billings, Montana. That apartment felt like a box. I needed space. Real space. Sky, trees, wind. So when I finally got a week off work, I planned a solo hike into the Absaroka-Beartooth Wilderness. I'd done hikes before, mostly day trips, some overnights. Nothing like what I planned this time. I mapped out a 5-day loop that would start at the West Fork trailhead and wind through some rough but beautiful ridges before swinging around to Glacier Lake and back down. About 40 miles total. I spent a couple of weeks buying gear, checking maps, watching weather patterns, and making sure I had the right food and water setup. I went over everything twice. The trail was isolated, only a few spots along the way where I'd expect to see anyone, and most of those would be far behind me after day one. I left my car at the trailhead around 7 a.m. on a Tuesday in early August. Clear sky, no wind, sun rising slow behind the hills. My pack was heavy, but manageable, about 40 pounds with water and food. I wore my best boots, had a fresh can of bear spray on my hip, and a Garmin GPS tracker clipped to my strap. I'd marked a few emergency out routes, but I was confident I wouldn't need them. The first day went smooth. I moved through low forest, the smell of pine thick and steady. I passed 2 older hikers coming back from a weekend trip near one of the lakes. They warned me of a trail washout a few miles ahead, but said it wasn't too bad. Just some loose rock and a small creek overflow. I nodded and kept going. By late afternoon, I was deep in it. No road noise, no cell signal, just the crunch of my boots and the occasional rustle of wind or a bird overhead. I made camp near a small stream that night, boiled water for some freeze-dried chili, set up my tent, and stretched out in my sleeping bag as the sun dropped behind the peaks. I felt good, tired, but clear-headed, the kind of mental quiet I hadn't had in months. The second day, things got harder. The trail angled up switchback after switchback. Loose gravel underfoot. My knees burned. My shoulders ached from the pack. I started sweating early and didn't stop until I broke into a plateau around midday. The view was unreal. Rolling ridges, dark tree lines, a hawk floating high above. I ate lunch on a flat rock near the edge of the ridge. Just jerky and trail mix, but it tasted better than any meal I'd had in weeks. I rested about 20 minutes, then got moving again. That's when I hit the washout the older hikers mentioned. It looked worse than I expected. A section of the trail had collapsed into a steep slope of mud and broken rock. The stream had carved a new channel through it, turning the trail into a slick mess. I stepped carefully, using my poles for balance. My left boot slipped once, but I caught myself. By the time I cleared the washout, I'd lost almost an hour. I pressed on, picking up pace to make up for it. The sky started to cloud over, thin gray layers stacking up. I kept one eye on it as I moved. Didn't want to get caught in a storm above the tree line. I found a sheltered spot beneath some thick pine cover and made camp just before dark. That night, I heard coyotes in the distance. Nothing unusual. I zipped my sleeping bag up tight and closed my eyes. Day 3 was when everything went sideways. I woke up to rain, light but steady. I packed fast, pulling on my rain shell and covering my pack. The trail was narrow, and as I climbed higher, the fog rolled in. Visibility dropped to maybe 30 feet. The rain picked up, cold, sharp drops. My gloves got soaked. My fingers stiffened. Around midday, I came to a fork in the trail. My map showed the main loop continuing left, but a secondary trail cut right, marked only by an old wooden sign leaning sideways. Faded lettering. I stopped, took out my GPS, and waited for a signal. It blinked red. Nothing. The cloud cover was too thick. I pulled out my map again, checked the landmarks. 2 small ponds just east of the trail, a ridge curve west. I was pretty sure the left trail was the right one, but the fog made everything hard to judge. I waited 10 minutes, pacing back and forth, hoping for the GPS to catch up. Still nothing. I decided to go left. I walked for another hour, maybe more. The rain didn't let up. The trail narrowed again, running along the edge of a sharp drop. My boots slipped a few times. Mud caked everything. I started to feel like I wasn't gaining ground the way I should be. The trail dipped instead of climbing. I stopped again, looked around. No signs, no markers. That's when I realized I hadn't seen a cairn in over an hour. No boot prints, no broken branches, nothing. I kept moving, hoping the trail would loop back, but it didn't. Eventually, it just faded out completely into a slope of moss and wet stone. I stood there, heart thumping, rain dripping off my hood. I was off trail, and I didn't know where or how far. I turned back, thinking I could retrace my steps, but the fog had thickened. Everything looked the same. I walked for what felt like 20 minutes and ended up right back at the same slope. My stomach turned. I sat down on a flat rock, trying to calm myself. I pulled out the GPS again, still blinking red. I took a breath, drank some water, and started marking my position with sticks and bits of cloth from my first aid kit. I moved carefully, building markers every 100 feet, trying to trace a loop back to something familiar. I didn't find the trail. By late afternoon, I was soaked, cold, and running low on energy. I set up my tent beneath a thick fir tree, hoping the canopy would keep the worst of the rain off. I ate a protein bar and huddled into my sleeping bag fully clothed. My fingers burned from the cold. My knees ached. The silence outside was heavy. No coyotes this time. No birds. Just rain. The 4th day, the rain stopped, but the fog was still thick. I packed up and climbed higher, thinking I'd get above the cloud cover and maybe spot a ridge or landmark. I burned through energy fast, breathing hard, slipping on wet rock. The climb got steeper. At one point, I lost my footing and slid several feet down into a patch of scrub. My forearm scraped against a rock. Blood soaked my sleeve. I wrapped it tight and kept going. Around midday, I saw a peak ahead that looked familiar. Jagged edges, one big scar of bare rock down the center. I thought I'd passed it on day 2. I aimed toward it. The climb took hours. When I finally crested the ridge, my legs were jelly. But the fog broke just enough for me to spot a lake in the valley below. A small one, heart-shaped. It was marked on my map. I was 5 miles northeast of where I should have been. I plotted a route down. It wasn't a trail, just a series of game tracks and rock scrambles. I moved slow, checking every step. By dusk, I reached the lake and camped on a flat spot near the shore. My legs were shaking. My food supply was down to 2 meals. I rationed one and tucked into my bag early. That night, I heard movement, branches snapping, something big, maybe an elk, maybe not. I held my breath. My bear spray was tucked next to me. Nothing happened, just footsteps, then silence. Day 5, I set off early. I headed southwest, trying to cut across a ridge and rejoin the main trail loop. My legs were sore, my arms stiff and throbbing. I slipped multiple times, hands bleeding from grabbing at rocks and branches. Around noon, I hit another trail, narrow but well-worn. Boot prints, droppings. Someone had passed through recently. I followed it. Miles passed. My stomach growled. I drank the last of my water. Then I saw it. A trail sign, worn but readable. Glacier Loop, 2.1 miles. My knees nearly gave out. I pushed forward, limping, barely lifting my boots. Just before dark, I reached a ranger station. No one was there, but a radio sat on the porch. I used it to call for help. They sent a ranger in a pickup. He found me slumped on the step. They checked me over, gave me water, patched my arm. I rode with him back to the trailhead. My car was still there, dusty and untouched. I sat inside it for a long time, gripping the steering wheel, not ready to start the engine. I didn't get lost because of anything mystical. No curses or spirits or monsters. Just fog, poor visibility, and a couple of bad decisions. That's all it takes out there. I still hike, but I don't go solo anymore. And I never ignore that gut feeling when something feels off. The wilderness doesn't care who you are. If you're not careful, it'll strip you down to nothing, fast. It was late September of 2017 when I decided to hike alone for the first time in a serious way. I had gone on short-day hikes plenty of times before, but nothing that involved spending multiple days on the trail by myself. I had just turned 32, and I felt like I needed to prove something to myself. Life had been heavy for a while. Work stress, a breakup, and just the weight of living in a big, noisy city. I felt like I needed to be somewhere quiet, somewhere where I could think. I picked the Ridge Trail in northern Idaho. It wasn't a popular route, not like the national parks or the famous long-distance trails. It was around 45 miles long, cutting through thick forest, skirting a few lakes, climbing ridges, and dropping down into valleys. The trailhead was about an hour from the nearest small town. I read that you could complete it in 3 to 4 days if you kept a good pace. It was remote, but still traveled enough that I didn't feel like I was walking into the wilderness completely blind. I packed carefully my tent, sleeping bag, bear canister, basic cooking supplies, enough food for 5 days, a GPS, map, compass, and a backup charger for my phone. I had done all the reading. I knew how to filter water, how to stay warm at night, and how to deal with bears if it came to that. I left a detailed itinerary with my sister and told her I'd check in once I was off the trail. If she didn't hear from me by the 5th evening, she'd call for help. It all felt reasonable. I drove up on a Monday morning, parked my car at the small gravel lot near the trailhead, and signed in at the wooden trail register. There were only 2 other names on the log from the past week. That gave me a strange feeling in my chest, like I was stepping off the edge of the map a little bit. But I ignored it and started walking. The first day was beautiful. The air was crisp, the leaves just starting to turn yellow and red. The trail wound uphill through tall evergreens. I moved slow and steady, stopping often to sip water and catch my breath. I passed 2 small creeks, a couple of clearings, and a ridge with a view that stretched all the way to Canada. I didn't see a single other person the whole day. By the time I made camp near a lake around 5 p.m., I felt proud of myself. I pitched my tent close to the tree line, filtered water from the lake, and boiled some ramen. I sat on a flat rock and watched the sun go down behind the trees. The only sounds were insects and the occasional splash of a fish. It was peaceful. I felt like I had made the right choice coming out here. I went to bed early, tired in that deep, satisfying way only hiking can give you. The next morning, I woke up early and packed up. The air was colder, and I could see my breath. I hiked uphill most of the day, passing through thicker woods where the sun didn't reach the ground until mid-morning. I saw fresh deer tracks and once heard something big move through the trees off to my right, but I didn't see it. Probably a moose. I kept going, trying not to let my imagination run wild. By late afternoon, I came to a narrow stretch of trail that ran along the edge of a steep drop-off. The view was stunning, but it made me uneasy. One wrong step, and I'd be tumbling down a rocky slope into the trees below. I slowed down and focused on every step, heart pounding a little harder. Once I got past that section, I felt my body relax. I camped that night on a flat patch of dirt near a cluster of dead trees. There wasn't any water nearby, but I had enough to last the night. I didn't like the look of the trees, bark peeling off, some of them leaning at odd angles, but it was getting dark and I didn't want to keep hiking. I ate quickly, changed into dry clothes, and crawled into my sleeping bag. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to a sharp, rhythmic sound, like something snapping branches nearby. Not the wind. I stayed still and listened. Came from maybe 30 or 40 feet away, up the trail. I held my breath. Snap, snap. Then it stopped. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't hear anything else after that, not even birds or bugs. It was dead quiet. I stayed awake for a long time, frozen with my eyes open, until I finally fell back asleep sometime before dawn. The third day started with low energy. I felt sore and a little foggy, like I hadn't slept right. I packed up and started walking. The trail dropped into a wide valley full of yellow grass and scattered trees. It was beautiful but open, and I felt exposed. There were old animal bones in a few places, maybe deer or elk. I passed a rusted metal barrel lying on its side, half covered by grass. No clue how it got there. It made the place feel forgotten, abandoned. About halfway through the day, I took a short break on a rock and checked my map. I was about 25 miles in, more than halfway done. The trail would start climbing again soon and pass another lake before heading back down toward the end. I figured I could finish in 2 more nights if I kept pace. I felt good about that. I stood up and started walking again. Not long after, I reached a section of trail that didn't look right. The path was overgrown with brush, like no one had used it in a long time. I double-checked the map and GPS. It said I was still on the trail, but it felt off. I kept going, pushing branches out of the way, listening to the crunch of dry leaves under my boots. It narrowed even more until it didn't feel like a trail anymore, just a thin game path. I stopped and turned in a slow circle. Trees in every direction. No landmarks. My chest tightened. I walked back a few steps, but the brush was so thick now that I couldn't tell which way I'd come from. Panic started creeping in. I pulled out the GPS again. It was still showing the blue trail line under my feet. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes trying to get my bearings. Eventually, I decided to keep moving forward in the direction the trail was supposed to go. After another 20 minutes, I came out into a small clearing and saw the trail again, wide, clear, worn from use. Relief hit me like a wave. I must have taken a wrong turn onto a game trail that ran close to the actual path. I shook it off and kept going, but the feeling stuck with me how easy it had been to get turned around. That night, I camped near the second lake. It was bigger than the first one, with reeds along the shore and frogs singing. I set up my tent under a huge pine tree. The area looked like it hadn't been touched in years. I didn't see a fire ring or signs of old camps. I cooked a small dinner and watched the sun fade behind the hills. I felt better than I had earlier, but I still had that uneasy feeling in my gut. Sometime after midnight, I woke up sweating. My heart was racing. I had no idea why. It wasn't a nightmare, not exactly, but I'd felt something in my sleep. Some kind of pressure, like someone was standing just outside the tent. I lay there, frozen, ears straining. Nothing, no sound, just the wind in the trees. I reached for the flashlight and shined it around inside the tent. Everything was there. My boots, my pack, my jacket folded by my feet. I didn't want to look outside. I don't know why. I just stayed there, breathing quietly, waiting for something. Nothing came. The fourth day was hard. My legs ached, and the trail climbed steeply for hours. The air got colder, and clouds moved in. I knew rain was coming. I pushed harder than I should have, trying to make it over the last ridge before the weather hit. The higher I went, the windier it got. Trees thinned out. I could see a wide view of the valley below, layers of trees stretching out for miles. But I didn't feel like stopping to enjoy it. I made it over the ridge around 4 p.m., just as light rain started falling. I kept going, trying to find shelter. I finally found a cluster of rocks that blocked most of the wind and set up my tent behind them. I was soaked and freezing. I changed clothes fast and curled up in my bag. I didn't cook dinner, just ate a protein bar and drank some water. I felt miserable. I wanted to be done. I wanted to be home. At some point that night, I heard movement again. Not snapping branches this time, but footsteps. Heavy, slow, crunching on the gravel outside. My eyes flew open. I held my breath. They stopped just a few feet from the tent. I could hear breathing, steady, shallow. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. My whole body was tense. Then, after what felt like forever, the steps moved away. I stayed awake the rest of the night, too afraid to sleep. I left at first light. I didn't even eat. I packed up fast and started walking, heart still pounding. The trail wound down through trees that dripped water from the night rain. I kept looking over my shoulder. I don't know what I thought I'd see. Another hiker? An animal? Nothing was there. After a few miles, I started to calm down. I recognized parts of the trail from my map. I passed a small waterfall and a cluster of boulders I remembered reading about. I was maybe 6 or 7 miles from the trailhead. I started counting steps, watching the miles tick down on my GPS. I just wanted to be done. Around mid-afternoon, I rounded a bend and saw something that made my stomach drop. A backpack, torn open, lying in the middle of the trail. Stuff scattered around. An old sleeping bag, a crushed plastic bottle, a sock.